I am still here. My journey started long before today. Repetition built this body. Every impact, every spin, every flip. Every do it again and again and again. Every time my body asks for rest, I ask for more. I can feel what's coming. The chalk between my fingernails. The springs beneath my feet. The bar wrapped in my palm. Repetition becomes rhythm. Pain becomes familiar. Stumble after stumble after stumble. Fail after fail after fail. I never left. I stayed. I hurt. I persevered. Where others shied away, I stepped up. I feel it all now. The work, the weight, the knowing that this moment doesn't come back. Seconds decide what years were worth. I am still here, not by accident, but by sheer will. I am ready. Are you?
Hello and welcome to day 3 of the 2026 Welsh Artistic Championships. Now you are joining us for session 2 today of the men's and women's senior artistic gymnastics. We have some very big names for you this afternoon, including Ruby Evans, Courtney Tulloch, and of course Emily and Abigail Roper, all currently warming up on various apparatus behind me ahead of what could be a Commonwealth qualifier. Now, joining me today are 2 retired Welsh gymnasts. I have Emil Barber here with me, and Sophia Micallef is joining us later on comms. But first, Emil, feel free to introduce yourself.
Some of you may or may not know who I am. I'm Emil Barber. I went to the Commonwealth Games as travelling reserve in 2018, and I went to the Commonwealth Games in 2022 in Birmingham for Team Wales.
So how does it feel to be, back here again at the Sport Wales National Centre where we hold Welsh champs, but obviously in a very different way to, I think, what you were previously used to?
Yeah, it's slightly different, but you know what, I'm enjoying it. It's nice to be here and not have the kind of pressure that would usually be on me to be on me. But no, I'm just embracing it. It's nice to see a load of familiar faces, see how they're all getting on, and wish them good luck on today.
Yes, it seems to be such a community here. You've been prepping with us today and had so many people coming up to speak to you and say hi. It seems that gymnastics is such a tight-knit community.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Everyone knows everyone. Everyone's wishing everyone well. So you come here, you see familiar faces, you wish them good luck, and you go on with your competition.
That's lovely. Do you think that almost makes the competitions a bit less stressful or more?
Oh, 100%. 100%. When you can come somewhere, you can say hello to everyone, and then you can kind of just get on with your thing, and everyone's wishing you the best, cheering you on. So much easier than when it's quiet and you don't know anyone. Yeah.
Now, what will today's comp mean for, I guess, everyone competing today?
Well, it's a massive day today. Obviously, there's Commonwealth Game qualification scores that can be hit, so it's huge for the Welsh boys, which obviously we're wishing the best of luck. They had a go at me earlier. I'm just going to say this now. They had a go at me because I didn't mention them earlier. So we've got Alex,
go for it.
Henry, Joe, Josh, Theo, Dan, Harrison. We want to make sure they're all known. Otherwise, I'll get in trouble again. I'll just throw that out there.
Get those shout-outs in. I'm sure we'll see lots of them later on. So, you commentated this morning. First of all, let me ask how that went. Was that your first time commentating?
It was.
Yeah?
It was good fun. Yeah? I enjoyed. There's a lot to see. It's very different being this side of
on
it.
The media side,
but
yeah.
It's enjoyable.
And obviously you're joining us commentating today. Are you looking forward to today's session? Is there anyone apart from the boys we've already mentioned, is there anyone else you're particularly looking forward to seeing?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of the English boys that are up as well,
yeah.
So they're looking to hit some scores and qualify for the Europeans. So we've got a load of big names here today. It's going to be a very, very big competition.
And obviously we've already had a session 1 this morning, and that was Cameron Lynn, Jed Solomon and Oakley Banks in our top 3. Was there any, apart from those 2, was there any other standout performances from you this morning?
There was a few. I think there's too many to mention them all. But Ruben Ward's high bar,
Yes,
amazing.
that was, yeah.
There was a few floor routines from some of the women's side. I don't remember their names, I will be honest. It's not really my side of it. So, but no, there was some really good routines this morning.
So obviously it's coming back to Welsh champs for you, but in a different way. Was there a particularly memorable Welsh champs you once had, or just go out to wider competitions? Is there anything that stands out to you, obviously, other than your Commonwealth Games?
So many, there's so many competitions that will stand out. I think one of the big ones would be the Welsh Championships 2022 pre-Commonwealth Games. Just coming into it, we had a bit of a rocky start in hitting scores for 2022 Birmingham. I came into the Welsh with hit no scores, and then I managed to hit scores on every piece that I needed to. So I think that one was a big sigh of relief, and just like, oh, right, we've done it. So that's definitely a memorable one. But I think loads, just being like a kid growing up over the years, there's memorable parts from all of them, whether they're good memories, bad memories, but they kind of shaped my career the way that it was.
So obviously you've been doing gymnastics since how old are you?
9. So I started quite late. Yeah.
Do you remember your first competition?
I don't remember the competition exactly, but there's a few key parts. I remember I threw up in the morning.
Oh, really?
Because I was so nervous. And then I said to my mum, I was like, just don't speak to me. just leave me be, and I'll go and do my own thing. So.
And much later on, coming up to those Commonwealth Games, were you still nervous? Maybe not throwing up, but it's still nerves shaking?
Of course,
yeah.
Not throwing up nervous. Everyone here will be nervous within ways, whether they've competed at the top level or they're new to it. Nerves are very different for different people.
Yeah.
Me personally, I didn't really. It's more excitement. I'm just, as long as my prep has gone right, I'm happy to go out there. But obviously there's always a little bit of nerves, but you just gotta make sure you handle them properly, that's all.
And you mentioned that prep there. So what does prep, I guess, look for you before a comp when you were doing them?
So it's usually you have multiple weeks of half routines, full routines, a couple skills together, and then you go into the phase of full routines, so just doing the same routine that you're going to be competing over and over and over again. And then you do simulated competitions, so you'd go into the gym, you'd have your hour warm-up, you'd then go to each piece, have your 3 minutes, and then you'd put your hand up to your coach and you'd do a whole run-through just in the gym with your coach. And sometimes they used to do this, sometimes they'd get the whole gym to watch a routine, which I found was a bit more nerving than the actual competition. Because you stopped everyone in the gym to come and watch this.
Yeah.
It's almost like its own final in a way.
Yeah.
So that was horrible sometimes.
You said, you prepped for those routines, you did them over and over and over again. Did it ever get boring? Or no?
No, not really, because there's always things to improve on. It's always you could have done a really good routine, but there's still deductions here and there's still deductions there. So it's the fine tuning that will never not be there.
Yeah. So
it's always progression. And then if not, it may be a new routine where you've got new skills in. So it's always it's a new skill. I'm excited to now get this in and perform it in front of everyone as well.
Have you ever done a routine, say in a control comp, that you're like, damn, I wish I did that for the real thing?
Yes.
I bet so many times.
Yeah, I've had multiple good comps, multiple bad comps. There's some worse than others, but I think it's one of those ones where you've got to have your bad comps to have your good comps. They kind of teach you learn a lot about yourself off of a bad comp rather than a good competition. So
obviously we spoke about the weeks coming up to, but the night before a competition, what would have, these gymnasts here warming up done last night, prepping for today?
So you would have had podium training, so they would have come here. They would have had a set time that they come here. They'll touch on all the pieces, warm up, maybe do a routine, maybe not, maybe do a few bits, and just get a feel for the kit. Then you go home, have some food, get a good sleep, and then wake up raring to go the next day.
What was your go-to pre-comp meal? Is it just a bowl of pasta like a lot of athletes, or is it different gymnasts?
It wasn't necessarily just a bowl of pasta. It's like it changed. I didn't have like a ritual that I was like, has to be this, otherwise I'm having a bad day. But no, it's just a good meal, just something that fills you up, makes you feel good the next day. Same with breakfast. It's not always going to be. I was never the ritual person of.
So no rituals
has to
at
be
all?
eggs on toast or something like that. But I just had a breakfast that I knew would sit well in my stomach, and I'd feel energised after.
Okay, that's good. So obviously, Welsh champs here. It is, I would say, bigger than ever before. So how will that affect what some of these gymnasts are feeling today?
This is the biggest Welsh that I've been to, and
we're live now.
I'm the other side of it, so I'm glad.
Yeah.
But no, it constantly gets bigger and bigger every year, which is nice to see as someone who's competed in it myself and now on the other side. It's amazing to see that it's growing. For the gymnasts, it's just another competition. The way that a lot of people will look at it is it's just a bit bigger than last year.
Yeah.
The way that I personally looked at a lot of these big competitions are, it's just another routine, it's just another day. I've done it a million times in the gym. Doesn't always go that way, but that's what you're looking for.
So for those that it's a Commonwealth qualifier today, has
Yes.
that, would you say, it's not just another competition for them? Does that
Of
put
course.
the pressure on?
Yeah, it does, but you've got to make sure that you don't put too much pressure on. Okay, it's a Commonwealth Games trial, but you don't want to be like that over and over and over again, because if that comes into your head too much, then you're thinking about that more than the competition. So you've just got to go out there and enjoy it, have fun. I mean, there's a massive crowd. Everyone's here wanting everyone to do well. So go out there, enjoy it, have fun, interact with the crowd, and get everyone to pick each other up, really.
So thinking back to you when you did Commonwealth 2022, Birmingham.
Yeah.
Lovely place to do it.
It was actually my favourite one.
Was it?
I know I travelled to Australia, but
It was better than Gold Coast.
100%.
Oh, really?
It's the home crowd. It's like I had all my family were there.
Oh, that's
I had
lovely.
friends there, and although it was in England, the presence of the Welsh people was massive. So, and even like the English, the Scottish, Northern Irish, all of them would cheer you on because you're a home nation. So you get the biggest cheers from your crowd just because you're a home nation.
So how was it to be, as the travelling reserve in the 2018? So how was that you kind of got to go experience it but not necessarily compete?
Obviously, it's not what you want as a gymnast. Like, you never want to be that reserve slot. But I was 17. It was like my first time doing the whole trial and for like a Commonwealth Games or a massive event like that. Yeah. It taught me. I always look back at it and think, I didn't go. But then it taught me a lot for the next time round. So although I hadn't hit scores going into 2022, it was like, I know that some of the others from the last one didn't, so I don't need to put too much pressure on myself. Go out there and just enjoy it. So you learn a lot. It's everything in gymnastics is always about constantly learning off of your performance.
So talk to us a bit about the support of kind of family when it comes to gymnastics. You said it was so much better in Birmingham because you had your family there. What does it mean for gymnasts today to have families here watching and supporting?
It's massive. I mean, family's the biggest part. Like, from like a youngster all the way up to like when I finished, my biggest support was always like my mum and like family members. Like, she was the one that used to take me to the gym all the time. Like, she backed me the whole 100%. So they back you 100%. You get to come out here, put on a great performance, and show them what you're doing with their backing, and then coaches as well. Like I previously said, like, I see my coach as a second father figure to me. Like, amazing guy, and they just nurture you. It's one of those ones where you grow up. A lot of people will have the same coach from a youngster all the way through. So you get like a real bond and you understand each other, and it's a really nice sort of environment in the gym when that happens.
So tell us more about who your coach is.
So my coach is Chris Jones. I've got nothing but respect for that guy. He's spent so many hours in the gym with me, with other gymnasts. He's produced multiple Commonwealth athletes for Wales in gymnastics. Just a top bloke.
I've heard he was judging today.
Yes, he was on rings.
We're looking round for him now.
Sat over there, like, obviously you can't pan over, but yeah. So it's nice to come round and like go speak to him, I'll go speak to other people that have coached me. Just all of the coaches, like I said, gymnastics a massive community. Whether they're my coach or they're a coach of gymnasts I competed against, shake hands, you ask how you're doing. It's a massive community and everyone's here for each other.
It feels like there's a lot of respect in this community as well, which is always lovely to see.
It's a hard sport, so if there wasn't, it would be a lot more difficult. So everyone's got respect, everyone's aiming for the same thing. So a lot of these people here are all aiming for the Commonwealth Games. And again, like I mentioned earlier as well, you may not think about it when you're younger doing gymnastics, but when you grow up, that's the main aim. The main aim is a Commonwealth Games or an Olympics at a higher level. But the highest level that you can do for your own nation is a Commonwealth Games, the second biggest multi-sporting event in the world. So that's the aim.
So how was it when you was competing at those Commonwealth Games to represent your country, be there representing? That must have been an unreal experience for you.
It's an amazing experience. Like I mentioned, the crowd was there as well. Like, it all comes together. It's like you've worked so hard to get there, and then when you do get there, it's kind of like a weight off your shoulders, but you're like, it's kind of surreal. Like, this is actually happening. I'm actually here.
So obviously you're now retired from gymnastics. Tell us a bit about what you're doing now.
Life is a lot
so
different.
Sorry. I'm going to interrupt you there. We're actually now going to see our gymnasts coming out. So before we get plunged into darkness here, we're going to head up to the comms box and we will join you a little bit later and carry on that conversation with Sophia in comms. But thank you so much for listening, and get ready to have our gymnasts come out.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we welcome our gymnasts.
So we are now joined up in the commentary box, Emil and Sophia. I have you with me. Would you like to give a little introduction of yourself?
Hello, I am Sophia McAuliffe. I am a previous ex-GB and Commonwealth athlete. Did gymnastics for so many years, 14, 15 years. Retired last January due to an injury that unfortunately ended my career. So now I am coaching, giving my knowledge back into gymnastics, younger gymnast, and yeah.
Are you enjoying that coaching?
I really am.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's good to be on the other side of it.
Yeah.
And give your knowledge and help younger gymnasts.
Yeah, no, that's lovely. Emil, we was kind of mid that conversation when we had to quickly escape before darkness. So tell us what you're doing now as well.
So I work in insurance, so commercial insurance.
Oh,
I'm not gonna go too much into that. It's quite boring.
I'll admit that was not what I was expecting at all.
No, so yeah, just a normal job.
Yeah.
But I do a lot of like other bits on the side. Like I'll pop back into the gym, do a lot of. I still very active. Still go to the gym. Still run a lot. So life has changed quite a bit after gymnastics, but I still stay healthy, stay fit, stay active.
That's nice. What do you both, miss the most about competing?
I think the sense of achievement. I do miss that sense of achievement and working in the gym for so many hours and just performing. I think just being able to perform and show what you've been working hard at is always amazing. But still training. I'm still training, not doing gymnastics, but still keeping up with my fitness.
Yeah.
Because it's what you've done for so many years. So I think giving that up is difficult. So
yeah, 100%. Yeah, obviously, I guess it was both of your lives.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. So we're just looking at warm-ups here. Any big names that you're looking out for today, Sophia? Who's standing out for you?
So from the women's side, Ruby Evans.
Yeah.
Welsh champion last year. 100% to look out for. The Gadrover twins, the Roper twins. Got a few sets of twins here today. But all Welsh gymnasts, to be honest, everyone here, really excited to see what they can perform.
And we've got a lot, I think, moving up to seniors this year. There's a lot in this competition who are moving up, quite a few on the long list as well. How did it feel for you, moving up from that junior competition to seniors? For anyone that doesn't know, that seniors starts at 16 for the women and 18 for the men. So 16 years old being in the senior category, how does that feel?
So very young in the women's side of it. When I was a junior gymnast, COVID happened, so I didn't really have the opportunity to be a junior gymnast for very long. I think I had 1 year, but it was more quieter competitions because after COVID, things had to get back slowly.
Yeah.
But as a 16-year-old entering the senior category, it is difficult because gymnastics now is more older. Gymnasts are a lot older. It used to be very young. Young gymnasts. So it is difficult, but I think if you just believe in yourself, if you focus on what you're doing, on your gymnastics, then that's all you've got to worry about. And I think just do the best you can do.
Obviously, seeing, some of those older gymnasts come through now, but I will say a lot of the Commonwealth team, the Commonwealth long list for the women's, are all very young. There's a few on that list that have only just moved up to seniors this year, I think.
Yeah, very, very young team. I mean, 2022, when I was trialling for the 2022 Commonwealth Games, I was only 15 myself when we competed. I was with our team was 16 and 15-year-olds. Me and Mally Morgan, we were the two 15-year-olds. So it was a very young team. We weren't that experienced, but we did our best. And I think, for me, it was more about the experience than winning any
Right,
medals,
and
but
now, sorry,
That's
don't
okay.
want to cut on there. We've just got Jennifer Gadirova, one of our twins, here on beam.
So Jess starting off her routine with 1.5 squat spin. It's always hard starting on this apparatus, but needs to keep her nerves calm.
You can see her Olympic tattoo nice and clear there. Obviously, she represented Team GB at Tokyo 2022 and got team bronze. She was 16 at the time. That still blows my mind.
So young, so young. Looking nice and confident. I know Jen has been out for injury, so good to see her back out here.
Yeah, she
Lovely.
went out on an ACL injury last year. I think the same as what her sister had got the year before.
Yes, I know. And then one of their teammates, on Dean, she had the same injury, so hasn't been good, but they're all coming back. Really using that artistry in this beam routine.
Haven't over the past few years these have changed nationality, right? Who they're competing for internationally? I think they have. I think they're now competing for someone else. I don't actually know who it is though.
I feel like we should fact check.
Yeah, this. We will have this
Round off,
information.
let this mount finish.
I believe the same happened with the Roper twins. They used to compete Team England and then switched to Welsh, actually.
Oh.
That's a
Yeah,
fun fact
that's
for
correct.
you. Yep.
Yeah.
This is Ruby Evans, well, another key one to watch for us. Ruby Evans obviously represented GB at the 2024 Summer Olympics. What do you think is going through her head? Right, I mean, I guess for her, this is a smaller competition, having competed at the Olympics, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But what do you think is going through her head right now? Is this just a routine, being prepared?
I think Ruby just wants to get this vault done, stick it as great as possible. Lovely double twist in Yuchenko. I think she'll be happy with that.
Obviously, she was at Welsh Champs last year and was first in the all-around. So we'll be expecting she wants to keep that title this year.
Yeah, definitely.
But I think she might have some competition with some of the girls that we have competing here today.
Going back onto the point that you were saying about what is going through her mind and that she's competed in bigger competitions, this still is quite important as it's obviously a Commonwealth Games trial, so she still needs to be hitting scores. As much as it's a smaller competition, it's arguably just as important when it comes to her hitting her scores to then
and I think
get
as
selection.
well, it's the first competition of the year, so I think getting back into that comp season is always, it can be difficult. So I think she'll be glad to be back on the comp floor today.
Gabriel Langton on pommel here.
So he's from Birmingham and he's swinging very well right now. Lovely extension on the swings. Shavado there. Rough. And shame there. Little slight mishand placement.
How long do they have to get back on the pommel or to finish their routine in between?
I believe you have 30 seconds to get back on, so you've got plenty of time to go back.
Compose
chalk
yourself,
up.
yeah.
I think that's the same on all apparatus. I think as soon as you fall off, you have 30 seconds to get back on.
Now,
and,
I've been
finish your
told
routine.
that's from when you stand up, so we'll often see gymnasts
Sitting down
for a
long
little
as
while
possible.
longer.
It's within reason, though.
Is it?
Yeah, if they will start your count early.
I think if
you
they can
are
see that
blatantly
you're-
just sat down, unless you're genuinely hurt and laying down, then they won't start it. But if you are kind of just taking the mick a little bit, they will start your count.
Yeah.
I believe we have one of our Welsh boys here, Harrison Harris, on high bar.
This is Will.
No worries.
So
our apologies. This is
actually Will
Wheeler on our
he
high
came
bar here.
9th at the Welsh Championships last year.
But he didn't compete vault, high bar, or floor. That's just so he just did rings, P-bars, and pommel. So nice to see him on some different apparatus.
I believe
this
that was
year.
due to injury last year that he didn't do all 6.
So this is Ellie Lewis on vaults now. I think she's warming up. Good Yuchenko fall there to a good landing. Just
So
needs
talk to
perform.
us a bit more about vault. What do they have to do for vault? Obviously, there's the run up, but sometimes they go once, sometimes they go twice. What's the kind of process there?
So 1 vault is for the all-around, and then if you want to do 2 vaults, that's to get yourself into the vault final, which we'll probably see tomorrow. They can choose, these gymnasts can choose what vault they want to do, what they've been practicing in the gym. Most use the Yuchenko entry. However, some use different entries, for example, like the handspring or the Sukahara.
And it has to be 2 different entries?
2 different entries, yes, if you want to get into the vault final.
Now
I think
this is-
junior is slightly different.
Oh.
They can use the same entry, but senior is different.
So
yeah.
I believe this is Joe Kemlin-Jones
Yes.
stepping up for pommel. This is another of our Welsh Commonwealth long list boys here as well.
So he'll be looking to go clean here and hopefully hit a score to help with qualification for the Commonwealth Games.
So this is Joe Kemlin-Jones, just fighting with the names on the screen there, but we'll keep you informed.
So this is one of the harder pieces to start on. It's very much like you were saying, beam is one of the harder pieces to start on, and we compare them together. Yeah, it's always nice when you start on pommel and you get a clean routine. It sets you up really well for the rest of your comp.
Is it best to get it out the way then? Or not really?
It depends.
depends,
Yeah,
yeah.
when it's done and it's gone well, then 100%. But usually, I think the Welsh girls are starting on vault today. I think that's the best piece because it's just quick and easy to get done. So
He's fought well to stay on there. And there we go, up and dismount. He'll be happy with that. That's a 1 routine down, another 5 to go.
Nice, lovely routine there. Now, obviously, you said that those might be the hardest to compete, and vault we might prefer. Is there anything else for the men's that everyone kind of wants to do? That one's the one that people look forward to.
Well, I think if you were to go Olympic order, that's ideally the best way to do it. Everyone loves going Olympic order, so starting on floor, then going pommel, so floor, pommel, rings, vault, P-bar, high bar. That's ideally the best way to go around. Usually if you're in group 1, that's the order that you'll go in.
Yeah. Now this is Lily Davies here on beam.
nice strong aerial walkover onto a side dance. Really important. Gymnasts do forward and side dance to get it counted. Change leg split leap, straddle jump for her leap series. Using her good artistry. Has to stay focused. Into her dismount. An original dismount to a good landing. Well done, Lily.
just got a few kind of getting ready to do their first events there. Now, I believe we have a floor routine coming up. This is Anita Janza.
Starting her routine off strong. Heading into this first tumble, straight front punch, full twist. Slight step on landing. A very dramatic floor routine. Really using her head and engaging with the audience and the judges.
So how important is music choice for these floor routines, would you say?
Really important because all gymnasts have different styles. Second tumble, good double back. Really important. I mean, I had a few different floor routines when I was a gymnast. I had upbeat and then a bit dramatic or a bit lyrical, and you just need to get a floor routine that suits you. Double squat spin. Needs to take a good deep breath before her last tumble. Round off flick. 1.5 twist to a good landing. Finishing sharply.
Nice routine there. Must be a relief, you know, getting... I feel like the floor is one of the bigger ones, so getting that one out the way. It feels like... Is it more pressure being in the middle? Or no?
I think I had a conversation with someone. I think when you're so focused, you don't really worry about the audience. You're so focused on what you're doing, you don't really think about who's watching you.
You know, the applause and stuff, I've definitely been at competitions in my own sport before where you don't even hear the applause because you're so focused, you're so locked in on what you're doing.
I think the main ones for me is like even at competitions like this, or we talk bigger ones at the 2022 Commonwealth Games, you don't really hear or see the crowd. The people that I heard personally the most was like the team.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same with me.
Now, I believe we're going to a replay of Mike Tang on the high bar, another of our Welsh Commonwealth long list gymnasts.
So he'll be looking to get a big score here. I've trained with Tang for a long time now, so I know that this is one of his better pieces, and he's gonna look to try and get a clean routine and hit some scores on here, hopefully. Wind up for the dismount here. Nice double-double. Shame on landing.
That's unfortunate.
Nice clean routine up until there, though, but I'm sure he'll be able to sit back, take some time, and then get ready for floor.
Now, I believe we're headed over to beam now with Mabel Flory.
Starting her beam routine with the flick mount. Needs to calm her nerves. Into a double squat spin to a nice strong landing. Aerial cartwheel. Needs to stay nice and confident. Square down on this flick. I think she was meant to do a flick layout there and stopped. Into her aerial walkover. Really important to engage that core on this beam.
Now, she actually got the bronze for the British Junior Beam in 2024. So obviously moved up to the senior competition now. But should have a strong beam here.
Change leg, straddle jump. for her leap series. Good round off 1.5 dismount. And a good landing.
We're switching straight to vault now. Now a big Team GB athlete. This is Courtney Tullock, I believe, just in a moment here. We're just waiting here. We'll see him in just a moment.
So
There
we'll have
we
a
are.
very big vault coming up here. So that is a lovely drag competed there. That's a handspring double front with a half turn. Very minimal deduction with a little hop at the end.
Lovely vault there. It's good to see him doing vault. Now, a lot of what he's won for in the past is often his rings and his floor, I believe. So it's nice to see him doing some other.
He's very big
apparatus
on
here.
vault, actually.
Is he? I haven't.
Yeah, so vault's quite a big piece for him, floor and rings.
The rings, yeah.
Rings especially.
Yes, he's done very, very well on rings in the past. He was the first British gymnast to win a world medal on the rings. He got a bronze at the 2022 World Champs. Now I believe we're switching to floor now. Just waiting for the judges to give the go-ahead.
This can be some of the most nervous times. You could be stand there and
Because you never know how long you're going to wait.
yeah, there could be a slight difficulty issue with someone putting in a requesting like an inquiry. So that can mean that they will then potentially change the score of that routine. So it could be like a minute or so, or it could be a little bit longer. So when you're standing there in the corner, you need to keep yourself warm, couple jumps.
Yeah. And
And
keep those calm nerves.
Yeah, there we go. Presented there for us.
So starting off this floor routine dramatically.
This is Sydney Hughes competing.
With a different
Great
tone
song.
in music. Heading into this first tumble. Round off flick, double twist. Slight hop on landing. Really making sure she's engaging with the audience and the judges. Into this leap series, change leg leap, into tourgette. Judges are looking to make sure these gymnasts hit a 180 split. Looks like she's enjoying this routine. Into the double passe spin. Into this next tumble. Straight front walkout, full twist, solid landing. Just needs to stay composed, stay focused. Straddle jump, full turn. Needs to take deep breaths into this last tumble. Round off flick, 1.5. Slight step on landing, but overall a good routine. Well done, Sydney.
I liked the music a lot there. What would you say was your favourite, sort of music to compete to back when you was doing it?
So I had a different couple ones. I mean, my last one, I only got to compete once, and it generally felt like I was at a big party. It was my favourite floor music. But previously, I had very serious. I think I had Phantom of the Opera.
That's fun.
Floor music. So.
And that was a CAS 2.5 there.
Sorry,
Alex is also trialing for the Commonwealth Games for Wales too. He'll be happy with that vault.
Sorry, just got cut off there with that replay. But Phantom of the Opera, that's very dramatic.
Yeah, very dramatic. One of my favourite floor routines, though, I ever performed.
And I believe we're going to another replay here of beam. This is
Starting
Paloma van Ingen.
her beam routine with a change leg mount. Full spin. Needs to try and stick each skill as well as possible. Straight into that side dance. She's got good rhythm. Aerial cartwheel to a good landing. Really using this head in the dance. Good flow, change leg, wolf jump. We don't see many wolf jumps. Just needs to stay composed for her dismount, straight front dismount. Good landing, good beam routine.
Now, I believe we've headed straight to the floor. This is Erin Fraser on the floor for us. Another very upbeat musical
Floor routine,
here.
Starting off with a straddle, jump full turn. Before heading to do her first tumble. Round off flick, double back. A little under rotated. Slight problem with her sock. So gymnast wears those shoe socks to help with spins, as it's hard to spin on a carpet floor. Double squat spin, not sure if the judges will count that, as it didn't get all the way round. Into her leap series, change leg, into tourgette. Needs to take deep breaths into this next tumble. Round off 1.5, punch tuck front, solid stick. Looks like she's enjoying this floor routine, using that head. Into another leap, change leg half. Needs to stay composed. And finishes the routine.
I think we're switching straight back to beam now. So talk to us about the artistry in floor and beam. What is kind of involved in that? And I've heard you can pick up artistry points.
Yes, that's correct. Artistry is a big thing on floor and beam. It never used to be a big thing a couple of years ago, but they've really put it in the code of points. I think at the end of the day, gymnastics is a bit of a show, so audience want to see something they enjoy, as well as the judges judging. And yeah, so I think if you don't show good artistry, those marks are going to be deducted.
Now we are now going over to beam. This is Roxanne Nika Stockholm.
Forward walkover mount to a good solid landing. We don't see many of those mounts. Solid leap series. Into an acro series backflip layout. Good solid landing. Good execution on that double squat spin. Into her side dance. Taking deep breaths into her next skill. Aerial cartwheel. Looking really strong in this beam routine. Nice and solid. Aerial walkover. Needs to stay tight. Needs good focus into this dismount. Round off, double twist with good height and a good landing. Super routine from her.
Lovely. Now they've just rotated here, but I believe we're going to see Ruby Evans vault again. We obviously saw that live, but we're just gonna watch that one again, maybe in a little slow-mo, I think.
So Ruby using the
Oh, look at that slow-mo.
round off entry. As you can see, getting really good height in that Yuchenko. Double twist in vault. She'll be happy with that performance.
Now, I believe we're going to see the standings after that first rotation now. This will be this morning's standing still. Obviously, we've still only had one apparatus from this afternoon's competition. So we've still got, obviously, the top of our leaderboard, those boys we saw this morning.
Yeah, this will change over the course of, obviously, the next 5 rotations. I'm sure you'll see some more names coming up and moving around.
Definitely some strong ones this morning. And again, same with the girls. We saw Emily Burke's floor routine at the end of our morning's stream. That was a very strong floor routine and did edge her up into first place. It's going to be interesting how these scoreboards look. Maybe after 3 or 4 rotations, we might see the names starting to change then, and seeing this afternoon's competitors start to come up those leaderboards. Just warming up now for the next rotation. They obviously get an hour's warm-up beforehand.
Before the competition, they get an hour to go over each piece. So that's split into 6 sections, so they can all move around, have a touch on every piece before competing. And then when it comes to competition, they get a 3-minute warm-up, or sometimes a one-touch warm-up is what it's called.
We've got Anais Kamanga on the bar for you. Now, she does have a raised bar. Now, I believe that is because she's usually because our gymnasts are a bit taller, and so they need to have a gap from... Do you want to talk us through that? I think it's a 3.
Yeah, so I think if gymnasts are at a certain height, for example, an ace, they can hire the bars. I think just because their height, and to make sure the safety of the gymnast, you don't want to be whacking the floor. So as you can see, Anais warming up her bar routine. Nice double back dismount. Well, I believe that was her competition routine.
That was, I believe. So we're going to pommel now with Hamish Carter.
So he has also been to multiple Commonwealth Games. He was at the last 2 for Scotland, and will be looking to hit qualification scores to go to the next one as well.
Yes, he's currently on the long list for the Scottish team or for the Commonwealth Games this year.
And Shavado there, looking to go into the handstand dismount now. Up and off. He'll be happy to get through that routine. Face says otherwise there, but pommels is always one of those ones where as long as you stay on and you get through, you don't mind too much.
Yes, definitely. Got a lot to keep up with today. We've got so many top gymnasts to keep covering throughout this afternoon and into this evening.
We've got a GB gymnast, Ruby Stacey, on floor. Starting her routine off with a double tuck somersault.
Now, I think we're moving over to rings now.
Yes. So we are on the rings here with what it looks like to be the Birmingham lot.
This is Remel Robinson Bailey on rings, just prepping here. Lots of chalk going on those rings.
Yeah, you'll see the same with the P-bars and the high bar. There's constantly chalk being added to the rings, to the apparatus. Each person has their own sort of grip that they like, so it's sanded down sometimes. With the P-bars, they add syrup or honey to it to help with the stick of the chalk. And then on high bar, they'll add loads and loads of chalk too, just to improve the grip of the guard.
Now, yeah, there's lots of chalk flying around in the air. You won't be able to see it on our cameras here, but it is very chalky out in the air out there. Emil was just saying earlier about, I don't think he misses that, the chalk in your throat while you're competing.
Oh my God,
no,
me neither.
No, you definitely don't. It's one of those ones that it can catch you by surprise sometimes. So up here on rings, we have Remel Robinson Bailey. He'll also be looking to hit some scores for the Commonwealth Games and the Europeans. So back up to Maltese there, showing strength elements into the cross. And Honma to cross. It's a very difficult skill, that one. Jonas and Yamawaki, back up rise to handstand, showing amazing control here. Long swing. And a double tucked dismount to finish up. He'll be well happy with that routine.
Such incredible strength on those rings. It does not look easy.
It's not easy,
No.
not at all. There's so much conditioning and strength that you have to do just to get to that sort of stage.
Yes, it's definitely very, very impressive. Now, I believe we're also going to look at P-bars. A lot of strength used in this one as well.
So on P-bars here, we have Joshua Nathan, another GB gymnast who will also be trialling for the Commonwealth Games and Europeans.
Yes, he was second at Welsh Champs last year.
So we started with a undersump handstand, long swing diam, Honma, pirouette. There's a good save there. Unfortunate on the hand placement. Healy in, another pirouette. So they've just added a new rule. You now have to do a pirouette or change swing direction after every element. We have a double pike dismount there.
Does that make it harder?
A lot harder.
Yeah.
You can't just now like continue your routine facing one way, so you have to turn multiple times now.
And I believe we're going back to rings now with Daniel Smiley. Oh, nope, sorry, we're moving to Ruby Stacey on the floor. We saw some of her routine earlier, but got the full thing for you now.
Ruby has a very elegant floor routine. Double high leg spin. Into this first tumble. Round off flick. Double back. Good solid landing. Looking into those judges' eyes. Good split jump full turn. Into this next tumble, handspring, straight front full twist. Gymnasts need to make sure they have good height in all tumbles. Into this double squat spin, not quite made round. Judges are going to be strict today. Into this leap series, change leg, split leap. Into the tourgette. Good 180 split. Needs to take deep breaths now into this last tumble. Come on, Ruby. Round off flick. 2.5 twist, step out. Deduction on that landing. Overall, a good routine.
She
Well
might
done,
be
Ruby.
gutted with that last step out, but overall, like you said, a strong routine there. Now, I believe we are now heading back to the rings with Daniel Smiley this time.
So we have another Birmingham gymnast here on the rings. He will be trialling for Scotland for the Commonwealth Games. So he'll be looking to hit some qualification scores today. So back up to straddle planche, lower to cross. Jonasson back up to half lever. Long swing to handstand. And double twist in, double back to land. He seemed well happy with that routine.
Very thrilled with that. Now, I believe we're switching straight to the floor here with Lily Davis. We saw her beam routine slightly earlier.
Into that change half, split leap. Into her first tumble, round off flick, double back. Good solid landing. We're seeing lots of good landings today, which is good to see. Into this leap series, change leg, split leap. Into the tourgette. Different type of music to Ruby. Split jump full turn. Needs to stay focused for this next second tumble. Straight front punch full twist. Danced it out well. Needs good control into the 1.5 squat spin. Now, nice deep breath before this last tumble. Heading into it strong, round off flick, double twist. Chest slightly down on landing. And a good executed routine from Lily.
And a lovely leotard there as well, I must say.
Oh, so many lovely leotards today.
What's that selection process like? How do you choose which leotard to wear?
So usually you'd have club leotards. However, I think, to be honest, I was going through my sack the other day, and I think I have about 200. So I think sometimes you can just pick whatever you want.
Pick whatever, yeah. Now we're going to see one of the two Roper twins now. This is Abigail Roper's beam.
Tuck front somersault for her mount, very difficult mount. Tuck front on the beam. Really using that difficulty in this beam routine. Needs to keep the flow going. Nice controlled triple squat spin. Really good executed. Using her lower beam dance. Into her acro series, backflip layout. Change leg half, good solid stick. Needs to stay calm. The rest of the beam routine into that aerial walkover, needs to stay tight.
She'll be disappointed with that, unfortunately. She obviously came third on beam last year, but that fall may give a big deduction there, unfortunately.
Yes, really difficult to stay on the beam. As you know, it's not wide. It's but as I said, gymnasts practice these routines so many times in the gym, and it can be unfortunate when the routine doesn't go how they want it to go.
Here we have Adam Tobin on pommel with a sheer to handstand. He's going smoothly through his routine here. Russian in. Lovely travel there. Shavado. Rough. And he's looking for a handstand dismount here. He'll be well happy with that clean routine. He's also trialing for the Commonwealth Games and the Europeans team.
Very just calm, collected little smile there, not too much celebration.
Sometimes that's all you need. Just, you know you've gone through it and then you're ready for your next piece.
Keep that focused.
Now we've got going over to P-bars there. Courtney Tulloch on P-bars here.
So Courtney as well will be trialing for the Europeans and the Commonwealth Games team too. You have a massive routine coming here from Courtney Tulloch on P-bars. So if you saw there, he did the double somersault backwards to upper arms and then forwards too. Under some to handstand, long swing with another somersault to upper arm. Tip out. With a lovely double pike dismount to finish off that routine there.
It was lovely there. Now, talk to us a bit about, obviously, for those that don't know, we can see what's on his arms there during those P-bars. What is that doing?
So that covers just sort of like chafe or any sort of skills that he does to upper arm. So it's a bit of a protection layer to kind of help with the bigger skills that you do where you do land on your arms on the bars.
I believe I've heard them called bicep bashers before. I can't remember who that was from, but
yes, there's a few names for them, but bicep bashers is definitely one.
Now, one of our Welsh boys, again, this is Harrison Harris on the floor for us.
So he will be trialing for the Commonwealth Games as well. It's a lovely double front there. Followed up by a round-off flick double pike. Into a double twist side tumble. Now comes the group one. We have a strength element there. It's a 2.5 twist, ready for his final tumble. He'll be looking for a stick here to get that bonus. Shame about the hands down there on that double back. The rest of the routine was super clean.
So what will that hands down mean for him at the end of that routine?
As it wasn't just a brush of the floor and it was a full body weight onto his hands, that will be a full mark deduction there.
It's unfortunate there. Now, I believe we're moving to vault.
So here's another one of the Welsh boys, which will be trialing for the Commonwealth Games. With a lovely double twist there. I'm sure he'll be happy with that. So some of them will be doing 2 vaults, and that's if they're looking to specialize on vault, meaning they need to get a combined average score between their 2 vaults to qualify for a vault final potentially.
Yeah, that's for the Apparatus finals that are happening live here on YouTube tomorrow. Now, I believe we're going to see an uneven bars routine. This is Fionn Bergam.
So Fionn is trialling for the Commonwealth Games this year. Up start, good handstand, clear sharp. Needs to take an extra swing into that shoot. Into that toe on. Shoulder. Unfortunate about that fall. Needs to stay focused and finish off this routine strong. Into the upstart handstand. Judges are looking for good alignment. Giant fall, back away dismount. Shame about that fall, but overall, a good routine.
Now we are come straight over to the vault.
This is Theo. He's also part of the Welsh team and will be trialing for the Commonwealth Games. So he's going to be looking for a big vault here.
Nice smile on that salute.
He is one of the nicest people you will ever meet. Such a happy guy. Lovely stuck full twist there. He'll be well happy. And in the background there, Tom Barnes, also another character that is seen all around. He's known for his dancing, Tom is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think his last competition that he competed in, he done a little bit of breakdancing in his floor routine. So he's quite known in gymnastics.
It's all right. We like a little boogie on the floor. That's fine. Now, I believe we're going to see a floor replay of Mike Tang now. Again, one of our Welsh Commonwealth long list here.
So opening tumble with a double tuck front. Unfortunately, over-rotating it there. Two and a half twists backwards. Now for his side tumble. Full twist forwards. Going into group 1. With the jab lift to handstand. This must be hold for 3 seconds. Double twist forwards. Now another side tumble. Double twist backwards. Now he'll be going for his dismount. Again, looking for that stick bonus. Double tuck, unfortunately putting his hands down there at the end of the routine. It's
That's a
great
bit
to see Mike.
disappointed, yeah.
It's great to see Mike back on the floor. He tore his Achilles a couple years ago, so it's nice to see that he's back out competing on floor and vault again.
Yes, of course. He was part of Team Wales at the 2024 Northern Europeans. They came 4th that year. And just had that balance element that you were talking about this morning in there.
Yes, the Y scale.
We now have Lexi Holmes on the uneven bars. Now, she has just stepped up to seniors this year, so looking forward to seeing this. She was first all around in the juniors Welsh champs last year, so be looking to put in a big performance this year.
Starting the routine off with a shap into the chute, straight into the toe on, making sure everything is connected into that mo. Judges looking for that alignment. Lexi's got very good execution into that Jaeger pike somersault. Stoled a half, just this dismount. Good giant fall into the double back dismount, good landing. Lexi will be happy with that routine.
Very nice routine there. Obviously said she was first all around in juniors last year. She got a clean sweep last year. She was first vault, bars, beam and floor at the junior Welsh champs. And same at the English as well all around. She did incredibly well at the juniors. So hoping to see some very strong performances today now that she's moved up to seniors. Now we've got 2 vaults from Henry Lewis coming up for you.
So Henry's going to be looking to do 2 big vaults. I think the first one is a drag. Correct, and that was a double front half. He'll be happy with that. It's a very, very difficult vault to do. So he'll be looking to get a qualification score here today for vault. Couple stumbles, but I'm sure he'll have a good result as the first vault has a very high start value there.
Yes, he got gold in the vault at the 2025 Northern Europeans last year, so very, very strong vault there. We're heading back over to the uneven bars now with Ellie Lewis.
So Ellie is also trialling today for the Commonwealth Games this year. Needs to show a good solid routine. Ellie has very good execution on this apparatus. The shap straight into the ginger. Into that blind turn. Into the straddle. Jaeger. Needs to keep focused now towards the end of the routine. Took her feet off slightly too early on that mo. Needs to carry on this routine nice and confidently. Into the giant fall. Into the double back dismount. Shame she had to take that extra swing, but good routine from Ellie.
Yes, a shame about that. Obviously, she came 3rd on the bars last year here at Welsh Champs. Not sure if that routine will perform quite the same compared to last year. So we've had some very, very strong athletes so far. Currently, got the floor still going on as everyone else waits for this rotation to be finished. Now I believe we're going to see a replay of our floor.
Heading into this first tumble, round off, 1.5 twist. Hands out the floor. You can see judges put the arm out. Judges really looking for that artistry. Into that tour jeté. Good leap series. Heading into the second tumble. Handspring. Straight front. Full twist. Good landing. Judges really looking for that artistry. Into the double passe. Needs to take deep breaths now. Heading into this last tumble. Finishing off the routine with a rounder flick, full twist. Slight step on landing. Good routine.
What do you think is the feeling after those routines for those girls today? How do you think they're feeling after those?
It depends how these routines go. I think if they're happy with what they've performed, they'll be buzzing and really wanting to go on to that next piece. I think sometimes if you've had a bit of a fall or a bit of a stumble on an apparatus, I think you just need to forget about it, move on to the next piece and carry on the competition.
Now we have our standings here for the second rotation, which is luckily now we've got just this afternoon's gymnast. That's Courtney Tulloch at the top. We saw his P-bars earlier. A few other of our Welsh gymnasts on there as well.
You've got a few Welsh names on there. There's Henry Lewis, Joe Camden-Jones and Elliot Vernon, which you'll want to see at the top. I know I will. I'll definitely be rooting for them. But no, it's a good start to this round. There's two good rotations. I'm sure the Welsh lot will be raring to go now for the third. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot more good gymnastics to see.
Hamish Carter warming up there on the rings. Now, I believe we're now going to see the women's scores. Jemima Taylor, Ruby Stacey and Lexi Holmes all at the top there. Now, Ruby Evans obviously has dropped out of the uneven bars due, I think, to a small injury. She will be competing everything else, but it's the uneven bars, so perhaps why we don't see her at the top there. Some very big names, and again, like I said, lots of those girls are juniors that have moved up to seniors this year, so it's very nice to see them so high on this standings list.
So we're going into the halfway mark here. So this is the third rotation. This is where you're going to start to see a few of the English boys now on the high bar. There's some really big routines that will be coming out of high bar now. You've got some big floor routines as well from some of the English boys, and the Welsh boys are on floor too. And then you'll have some big pommel routines as well.
Are we thinking, you know, we're on halfway going into the third rotation now. Do we think tensions are starting to get a bit up now? Everyone's getting a little bit more nervous. There's less apparatus to form on now. Those scores mean a little bit more, maybe.
I think it all depends on how the first two pieces have gone.
Yes.
If the first two pieces have gone amazing, I'm sure they'll be nice, relaxed, ready to just go out and smash this third piece. If they haven't gone too well, I'm sure there'll be a bit more nerves, and you'll be wanting to get this nice and clean.
Yes, we're warming up nicely here. Obviously, I mentioned the leotards earlier, but we've got some lovely ones around today. And for the men's, of course. Maybe not quite as sparkly
I was gonna
as
say.
the women's.
Not so out there, definitely not. But
Did you ever want sparkles on your leotards?
no, I never had sparkles, but I did go for pinks and purples a couple of
Oh,
times.
yeah,
So I threw the boat out a little bit.
They're missing out. I think you should have had a sparkly leotard. Just checking that floor again. We've had a few issues with this floor over the weekend, so just making sure that that is
Really
going to
important.
be okay.
For their safety, to check all equipment.
This is Emily Roper getting ready to do her routine here.
So Emily Roper has very high difficulty in this floor routine. So Emily is also trialling today for the Commonwealth Games, starting her floor routine with a double squat spin, nicely executed. Using the double pike for her first tumble. Very dramatic floor. You can see she's really engaging with the audience. Into this next tumble, straight front walkout, double back. Very difficult tumble. Into that tourgette. Very difficult leap series. Adding the extra jump. Into the split change half. Needs to take deep breaths into this last tumble. Come on, Emily. Round off. 2.5 twists, slight chest down on that landing. Saved it well. Needs to end this floor routine nice and sharply, which she did. Super floor routine from Emily.
She had a very, very strong year competing last year. At the Rushmore Rose Ball, she got first overall, and that was gold on beam vault. Her floor was third and silver on bars. She did very, very well. But that's to say the same for most of her comps last year. She did incredible last year, so I'll be wanting to do the same this year.
Emily was very consistent in her competing last year. Had lots of experience.
Up here on P-Bars, we have Henry Lewis. Will want to follow with a big routine after his vault. He'll be looking to finish with a big dismount here. And he's stuck. Brilliant routine there. He'll be loving the fact that he stuck his dismount to get that stick bonus.
So we're moving on to beam now. This is Andrea Undoro.
Change leg mount. She's got very good artistry. Needs to make sure she stays nice and strong in this acro series. Backflip layout, good landing. Change leg, slight stumble. Needs to make sure to get his leap series counted, which she did. Into this side dance. Into that split jump on the side. Makes it more difficult doing it on the side. She's got very good execution. Good solid full spin. Into that aerial cartwheel. Just need to stay composed now. Heading into this dismount. Good. Round off, double twist, dismount to finish off that beam routine. I think she'll be happy with that routine.
Very nice. Only a few very small wobbles there, but not too much. Now we've got the other Roper twin. This is Abigail Roper here on the floor there.
So Abby also is trialling for the Commonwealth Games. Has very good difficulty on this floor, so it'll be good to watch. Needs to be nice and relaxed heading into this first tumble. Round off, double straight, very good execution, very good landing. Into the split jump, full turn. Judges looking for that 180 split. Straight back down the diagonal, into the second tumble, straight front walkout, into the 2.5 twist. Seeing very good landings from Abby today. Needs to stay controlled. Into the double squat spin, which she did. Into her leap series, change leg split leap. Into that tourgette. Really need to keep that focus now. Deep breaths, come on Abby. Into that round off, double back. Looking strong. Last leap, change leg half. Slight change in the tone in the music. Good floor routine from Abby there. I think she'll be really happy.
Yes, again, and Abby also did quite well, particularly at the second half of last year. She got second just behind her sister at the Rosemore Rushboard. That was second all around, but she actually got first on bars and floor for that one. And we've just seen another very strong floor routine from her. Now, I believe we're moving over to rings now. This is Adam Tobin.
So he'll also be trialling for the Europeans and the Commonwealth Games. So back up to Maltese there. Cross. Very difficult strength element. Back up to cross again. Got the Jonasson, Yamawaki, up to handstand, show control in the handstand. Got a long swing, he'll be going for his dismount here. We have a full twisting double back. Lovely routine there from Adam Tobin, he'll be happy with that.
Now, I believe we're gonna stay with the men's events here. Heading to the parallel bars.
Here we have Theo Amari Achana, another one of the Welsh lot. So up start to half lever, lift to handstand, showing support in all positions here. We've got a front uprise straddle front. He's opted not to wear the armbands. Under some to half lever. Lift to handstand. Double tuck back, stuck dismount there. He'll be well happy with that routine.
So talk to us about those bicep bashes there. Just how much do they hurt?
The skills that you wear them for hurt a lot.
Yeah.
But it's more of a, it kind of depends how you come down on the bar, depends on the friction that it causes against your arms. I used to do the same skill there, straddle front, and I'd wear them because I'd get absolutely ripped apart.
Lots of injuries, I guess, always in this sport. Again, staying with the men's, we're moving over to high bar here.
Here we have Joshua Nathan on high bar. Lovely squat full there. Squat half. He's going for the release here. Kovac caught cleanly. Very difficult skill here. He's done well to stay on. Winding up for the dismount. Double dismount. A couple of steps, but a brilliant routine apart from the little mistake in the middle section.
As we saw, his coach just stepped onto the mat there. I believe they're able to be there to support for safety as long as they don't touch the gymnast. It doesn't deduct.
Of course, yeah. They're allowed to be there for safety reasons. As long as they do not help the gymnast in any way to stay on their feet, then there will be no deductions made.
Now we're moving to the men's floor now. This is Jack Kershaw. Just waiting at the corner of the mat there for the judges to give him the go-ahead.
There we are, hand up and ready to go. We'll be looking for a big first tumble here. We've got a double twist in, double back there, slight step. Full twist, punch straight front. Now onto the side tumble. A lovely stuck double twist down the side. Now following that, he's going into his group 1. He's going for a jap lift here, holding the handstand, showing support through the handstand there. Second to last tumble coming here. Double straight. Shame about the fall there. He'll be looking to stick this dismount to get his bonus. Double pike, lovely kick out. Brilliant routine there.
Unfortunate about the fall there. Now Jack was strong routine there. Such a shame about that fall at the end. Now I believe we are still sticking with the men's. Moving to the...
We have Harrison Harris on pommel there. Sheer start. He's gone for the check. Unfortunate on the fall there. Swinging well other than the little fall. Let's see if he can get back on and finish up the routine nice and clean now.
Deep breath to compose himself there.
So he's going for it again there. Russian down. Magyar. Shavado. We'll be looking for the handstand dismount here. And up. Good finish to the routine there.
Looks a little bit disappointed at the end there. That is unfortunate.
He'll be a little bit annoyed about that fall at the start there, but he got back on and finished up the routine nicely.
Now, Harrison is actually a qualified level 2 coach, and he does also coach at his club alongside Will and Daniel, I believe, all at their club. So not only do they compete, they also coach there, which is lovely to see. Again, that community that we were speaking about earlier before the competition kicked off.
Of course, it's quite often you see a lot of gymnasts go into coaching during their careers and afterwards. So it's nice to see that they're passing on the knowledge that they've learned from their coaches and older gymnasts that they've competed with and passing it on to the next generation.
So looking at the girls now, we've moving to the uneven bars. This is Jasmine Montgoro.
Into that blind turn. Pike.
Just
Jaeger
hitting that
somersault,
bar.
hitting that low bar. Judges will take deductions for that. Into the chute. Straight down. Into the toe on. Into the clear. Back up to the top bar. Mo needs to finish off this routine nice and well. Into the giant fall. Double pike. Slightly over-rotated.
Unfortunate, don't look happy with that fall there. Now moving straight onto the men's floor.
We have Jack Stanley. A very big opening tumble there. That was a double twisting, double straight somersault. He'll be looking to perform many more big tumbles now. That's a 2.5 punch double front. Shame about the little slip there. Onto the side tumble. He's gone with the 2.5 forwards, which is a very difficult tumble to do down the side. He's gone for a 3.5. He's now going into the group 1. He's opted for the triple Russian. Another side tumble, triple twist to stick. We'll be looking for a big dismount here. And that's a double pike there. Brilliant routine. Shame about the little slip on the second tumble.
Now, Jack was obviously a part of the team that won the Adams Shield last year. That was for the British Club Team Champs, and that was for Leeds.
Leeds have a very strong team.
Yeah, I think
very, very
a lot
strong
of them are here today. We've got Jonas Rushworth, Connor Sullivan, Jack Kershaw, and Michael Goddard all here from Leeds today. So back to our Welsh boys here. We've got Joe Kemlin-Jones on vault.
Who'll be looking for a stick here. Lovely double twist. Small step. He'll be happy with that.
Yes, not too much of a step out there. We've seen a few fallers after those vaults, but luckily not too much out there. We are moving to beam to see the girls again. This is Callie Williams.
Waiting patiently for the judges. Good simple mount. Start off her routine. Needs to keep this control. Into that 1.5 squat spin. Slight bend in the knee. Nice and square down on this aerial cartwheel, which she did. To a good solid landing. Into the change leg. Straight into that zone. Good execution. Judges also looking for this artistry. Into that backflip layout. Slight wobble on landing. Secured it well. Into that side dance. Lovely elegance from Callie. Into that aerial walkover. This side jump, straddle jump. Adding that difficulty to this beam routine. And into the dismount. Straight front dismount. Good routine from Callie. Good solid landing.
Very nice. Now, I believe we may be heading over and seeing the uneven bars now, staying with the girls' events. This is Corinna Godaham.
Into that Kachev. Straight down to the bottom bar. Into that Mo. Connecting these skills to add that difficulty. Into that giant full turn. Slight separation in these legs. Into the double tuck. Front dismount. Shame about the fall.
Unfortunate on that. And now I believe we're just treating a quick injury on the floor. So we're going to head to vault now. This is Jacob Edwards on the vault.
Another one of the Welsh boys, which is competing to try and hit scores for the Commonwealth Games. A lovely high full twist there. That's smaller than his usual vault, as he's carrying some injury at the minute. But I'm sure he'll be looking to hit some scores, stay healthy, stay uninjured, and look to hit some bigger vaults over the next couple of weeks, as they have the Scottish and the English coming up too.
What do you think everyone's gearing up for then? Obviously, we've got a few Commonwealth qualifiers coming up, but British Champs, I believe, is also at the start of this year. Is that the one that everyone wants to be at?
Yes, so
Yes.
it's now a qualification to actually compete at the Champs, if I'm correct.
Yes,
So you
yeah,
have
that's
to
happened the last 2
be
years.
in the top X amount of gymnasts in the UK, obviously, to qualify for it, and then they will all be selected to go and compete at the British.
And obviously, we're talking all this time about this score, this score. For those that don't know, do you want to just talk us through how this scoring system works for gymnastics? I believe there's a difficulty score and an execution score, and obviously in some of those routines, say beam and floor, we can get little bonus points for artistry. Do you want to just talk us through the very basics?
So execution is marked out of 10, and then difficulty is marked out on how difficult your routines are, and then you put them together. So, for example, if your difficulty was 3.6, then your starting score would be 13.6. So the higher your difficulty, the less the judges can deduct from a lower score. So that's why gymnasts are really aiming to get that difficulty up to get a higher score as a
Now,
result.
we've just got the standings there. After that third rotation, definitely some changes in this scoreboard here. Elliot Vernon, Mickey Goddard and Hamish Carter there at the top. Again, still seeing a few of our Welsh names in there creeping up.
It's
You'll
good
be
to
happy with that.
Yeah, of course, I'm very happy with that. Good to see some Welsh names there. They'll be looking to obviously go out, win the Welsh Close competition, and hopefully win the Welsh Open.
Yes, that is Elliot Vernon and Joe Kemlin-Jones as our Welsh up there. Now, I believe we've also got the women's... Oh, a lot of change up here. Jemima Taylor's just dropped down a little bit, same with Lexi Holmes there. But still some top gymnasts up the top there. Jamie Rayner, Corbett and Aaliyah Lee, big names, all sitting at that top there. Obviously one of the row put girls as well, Abigail, sitting near the top there as well. Who's your predictions for today, Sophia?
Predictions today, all around?
All around. Let's go all around.
Okay. Oh.
All around open. Let's open it out.
Open. I think there's lots of gymnasts aiming for that title today.
Yeah.
Really looking out for, obviously, Ruby Evans. Oh, however. We've
Yes.
heard that she's pulled out on the bars. Shame about that. Definitely the Roper twins. I think Lexi Holmes, Jemima, they all have a chance. Different gymnasts have stronger apparatus, so we'll see some of Lexi's strong apparatus coming up, which is on the beam and the floor. So it'll be good. I'm excited to see.
Yes, and for yourself, Emil, who's
Of
obviously
course, I'm
one
going
of
to
the
back the
Welsh
Welsh.
Have you got a favourite, or is that not allowed? Who do you think's got it today?
It's going to be very close. You've got some extremely big gymnasts here. Obviously, I'd love to see one of the Welsh boys win it, but there's so many big names. There's going to be such good gymnastics going on over the next couple rotations. So it is anyone's to win, but I'd love to see one of the Welsh boys win it, of course.
Yes, of course, of course. And sitting here watching it now, does it make you miss competing, or is there a certain niceness to sitting on the other side of it?
I'll answer this one first because I know mine's a worse answer to yours. I'll be honest, I don't miss competing, but I miss like the social side. So
Yes.
because like we've said so many times, it's such a big community. It's being out there on the floor with everyone,
'Cause I
cheering
feel like
on everyone.
You're constantly meeting people from different countries,
Yeah.
different parts of the country.
Yeah, meeting people from obviously different parts of the country. You travel a lot, and it's nice to be able to go away and
You get to experience a lot, don't you?
Yeah, of course. You meet people from all over the world, and it is really a massive community.
Yeah.
So that's the part I'd say I'd miss. Not so
Nice.
much the competing, yeah.
I think when my competition was going well, I love competing. But
Yeah.
you know, sometimes you go to those competitions, you go through those competitions, and it isn't the best competition. But you have to learn from your mistakes. You have to learn from it, and you have to carry on the competition. You can never do two pieces and say, right, I'm done. You always have to carry on.
How do you pick yourself back up after those, those tough competitions, things where just don't really go your way? How do you pick yourself back up after that? Because surely it's a lot of mental stress as well.
I think...
Sorry.
You go ahead, go ahead.
I think mostly, you just got to learn from it, like I just previously said. And I think bad competitions doesn't define how you are as a gymnast. I think sometimes bad competitions can really make you learn and improve your gymnastics because you can see what you're doing wrong and what you're doing right.
Just stepping onto floor here. This is Shannon Baker.
So Shannon has a very sharp floor routine. Into this first tumble, round off, double pike. Good execution on that landing, really using that artistry. Really important to listen to that music. Into this next tumble. Round off, 1.5 punch pike front. Close to stepping out the floor, but she saved it well. Into that tourgette full. Into that change egg half, good leaps. Really engaging with the judges. Judges want to see good artistry, which she is showing. Staying composed for her last tumble. Nice deep breaths. Big last effort. Into the 2.5 twist. Good landing. And finishing it off well. Amazing routine from Shannon.
Nice.
Looks
Finish
happy with that
there.
routine.
Now we're coming live to Ruby Evans, who missed her uneven bars, but now she is back for her beam.
So Ruby has lots of difficulty in this routine. Will be wanting to stay on. Good tuck front. Mount, slight wobble. Saved it well. Ruby has very good flow on the beam. Just needs to stay focused, stay calm. Into this double squat spin. Nicely executed. Change leg half, straight into the Corbett flick. Change leg, split jump, into that straddle jump. Really making sure she gets that leap series counted. Into her acro series, backflip layout. Ruby is looking really solid in this routine. Good double passe. Nice strong aerial walkover. Nice deep breaths going into this dismount. Ruby needs to stay composed. Into her dismount, round off, double twist. Chest slightly down on landing, but a very good routine from Ruby. Should be very happy with that.
Good, yes, obviously she's dropped that one apparatus, but not that it's showing now, that small injury she was by the physio for. Looks pretty happy with that. Lots of high fives with her coaches as well.
Sometimes your confidence can dip a little bit if you've missed an apparatus, but it didn't show on Ruby.
Now,
Ruby looked confident.
To the men's now, we have the pommel horse.
It's Mikey Goddard on pommel here. Started with he's gone for Son there. Lovely extension on the swings here. He's swinging very well. Rushing down. Roth, he's done well to stay on there. Up to handstand. And off. Clean routine.
Very nice routine there. Obviously, Mikey, part of that Leeds team that won the British Club Champs this year. Switching over to the parallel bars with Ramel Robinson Bailey.
So Homer swing to handstand there. Healy pirouette. Little bit of an arm bend there on the undersum. Into the straddle front. We've got the Bavsar, followed up by the Tippelt. Who'll be looking to stick his dismount here. Oh, that's a shame there. Brilliant routine up until the dismount there.
Yes, it was such a shame on that little fall at the end. Now, talk to me about the mental versus the physical. Obviously, gymnastics, very, very physical sport, but there must be a huge mental side to it as well.
Me, myself, I struggled with mental blocks for over a year. I couldn't really go for many of my skills for a long time. It's really important not to beat yourself up too much about it because it doesn't actually help the situation. I had to go back to learning the skill again. But yeah, I think viewers don't really understand how much of a mental sport it is compared to a physical sport. So yeah, it can be difficult. As you see, Simone Biles, I think, won Olympic Games. She struggled with her twisties. I think it's called twisties. Every gymnast does suffer with it, some more than others. But I think it's just a case of getting through it and building your confidence back up on that skill and trusting yourself that you can do it.
Yes, especially with such young gymnasts such as Roxanne, who's just done her vault there, had an unfortunate fall at the end. She has just moved up to seniors this year.
Again, like you mentioned about the twisties, I've experienced them myself, and sometimes even it can come down to having a cold, which can throw off your balance and stuff, which you just got to take it day by day and not put too much pressure onto yourself.
Now we've got parallel bars here. This is Joe Kemlin-Jones.
He'll be looking to do a big routine here. I've trained with Joe for many years. His P-bars has always been one of his stronger pieces. So got under some half, slight mistake there. Under some to handstand. Got a lovely long swing. Long swing, somersault with the half turn there to upper arms. Healy. We've got the Stutz. Big front uprise, ready for the dismount here. Good save there. Very, very good save there. That was a lunge. That was a big lunge.
What do you think will be going through his head after that routine?
Obviously, he'll be thinking a little bit about the mistakes that he just made, but he'll try not to carry them over to the next piece. And high bar is also one of Joe's better pieces, so he'll be making sure that he doesn't take the negatives out of that over to high bar.
Now, I believe we're headed to rings now. We've got Daniel Winsborn. We haven't actually seen him yet, but he is, again, one of our Welsh Commonwealth long list.
So kip to lever to start. Lower to cross, showing strength elements there. So Jonathan Yamawaki back up to half lever. Lift to handstand, showing support in the handstand on the rings there. Long swing, and ready for the dismount. Full twist, nearly stuck it there. He'll be happy with that routine.
Nice little high five there with his teammates and his coaches. It must be quite nice to go round with teammates as well. Obviously, all clubbed together because of the coaches, but just that little bit of extra support in your corner.
It always helps to have a few more people there, just giving you that extra little bit of push to get through a routine as clean as possible.
And now I believe we're moving over to the floor. We have Courtney Tulloch's floor here ready for you.
So be ready to see a big floor routine here. He is very powerful, as you'll see on the vault as well. Double twisting, double straight to start. Hopped out of the floor there, but that won't be a massive, massive deduction. He's gone for a straight front, double tuck front, nice and clean. Into his side tumble. There's a full in straight into his group 1 element. That's a triple Russian there. You'll also see that performed on the pommel horse. Showing another strength element there on floor, which you will see on the rings. Finishing up with a double straight back there. Lovely routine there by Courtney Tulloch.
Nice, lovely to see. It's so nice to see such strong athletes, you know, competing today. Courtney Tulloch himself has been on the senior GB team for over a decade now, which is an awful long time to be doing it, but very, very impressive indeed. Now, I believe we're moving to beam now.
Lally is going to want to show a good solid beam routine today, starting off her routine with the flick mount. Into that change leg split leap. I think she was meant to go straight into the change leg half. Judges are looking for gymnasts' routine to flow into her acro series backflip layout. Didn't quite go to a solid landing, but needs to stay focused now and carry on the routine. Needs to keep it flowing. Into her squat spin. Good executed double. Aerial cartwheel. Lally needs to keep this focus now, heading into this dismount. Making sure she's getting that leap series counted, split jump to zone. Needs to make sure she goes down square into that full twist. Shame routine for Lally.
Obviously, those beam routines, I think the girls make it look easier than it is, definitely. I've been told that on the beam it's meant to look like you're not on the beam, which I think is definitely easier said than done.
I think not many people realise the width of it. It isn't wide, and it is difficult. And when you have those nerves, it can make your routine. You can be more nervous in your routine. So gymnasts just need to make sure that they trust in their work from training, and just really believe in themselves. Because I think when you don't do that, that's when mistakes can be made.
Veronica Kritsky's vault there just went a little wonky on that landing. I have to ask, Emil, have you ever turned your hand to the women's events, jumped on the beam to see how it goes?
I've tried on the rings, I'm just going to say, but I can never do it.
I have. Everyone has. I think the whole I could do a tuck back on there is the instant thing that guys think that they can do.
Yeah, I've seen so many people try
It's
that.
a lot more scary than you think. I've done a few, I did it, and then I didn't do it again. That's how scary it is. I mean, the men's high bar is so high, you could say that's scary, the P-bars, but there's another element of fear when you're on a beam. It is a lot smaller than you think. And I've got to give props to all of the female gymnasts today.
Well, I say
the beam is a very
bars.
scary piece.
The bars, we've got wood, you've got metal. So I think we're lucky there. I mean, the amount of times I smashed my face on the bar, imagine smashing your face on a metal bar. So I think we're lucky there.
Do we know the reason for that difference there?
No,
or if
that
I
is
ask you a question, you know?
That is actually one that we'll have to come back to later on. But no, yeah, I think there's bits from each men's and women's that are both very, very scary. It's
a scary sport at the end of the day.
I wouldn't say men's is more scary than women's and women's is more scary than men's. That you're throwing your body around, obviously, it's very risky if it's not done properly.
Obviously, we're just waiting on floor here. This is Andrea Ndoro.
So very upbeat floor. Starting a routine off with the double squat spin. Not sure if that knee slightly went down. Without, that'll be classed as a fall. Into this first tumble. Round off 1.5 step out into the straight back. Very original tumble. Don't see many of that. Really using that artistry, making sure judges don't take any deductions. Into that second tumble, handspring, straight punch. Into that double high leg. Slightly came out of it. Whether the judges are nice today, we don't know. Into that leap series, change leg half, good split. Now taking deep breaths into this last tumble. Really need to put all the energy she can into this last tumble. Round off flick, double back, chest down, hands down. Unfortunate about that fall. Just needs to finish off the routine. Shame about that fall. But overall, a lovely performance.
Now, I believe, Emil, you have an answer for me
Yes.
on those differences.
We have done our research here, and it is to do with weight distribution, basically. So to do with a lot of releases, and on the men's bar, they do a lot more actions. So it gives a bigger reaction as a steel bar compared to the wooden bar, which would be less safe, as there's a lot more weight being thrown around on the bar.
Now, talking of bars, I believe we have a replay of the uneven bars for you. This is Sky Campbell.
Sky has very good rhythm in her bar work. Good shoulder into a lovely handstand. Slightly over on that full turn. Feet touch the floor, which will count as a fall. Needs to stay focused now and finish this routine off. Into the toe on. Into the full twist dismount. Shame about that fall.
Doesn't look very happy with that, unfortunately. We've just got a few more events going on here, but a replay on the floor for you.
And up next on floor is Alexander Niskavenu. And it's a lovely 2.5 to start the routine down the side there. He's opted for the double front half as a second tumble there. A lovely double twisting double back for his third tumble. Down the side pass now for his group 1. He's opted for the triple Russian. A 2.5 straight front to stick. Now onto his second side tumble. A double twist, chest a little bit low on that there. He'll be looking to stick this last tumble now. Brilliant routine there. He'll be happy with that one.
Oh, it looks like he's shaking his head.
Never
though.
mind.
So is it straight over to a vault with
Hamish Carter here on vault.
He's currently on the long list for the Scottish Commonwealth.
And if he makes it into that team, that will be his 3rd Commonwealth Games. So he's been around for quite a while.
Got a fun fact for you here. He went to America to study at the University of Illinois.
Yes, so we also had a gymnast from Wales that studied with Hamish. Josh Cook, he went to the Commonwealth Games in 2018 and 2022. They were on the same team out in America at the University of Illinois. So there's a lot of fun fact for you guys there.
Fun fact upon fun fact.
And there's a double twist.
He's been competing for quite a while. He's 27 now, Hamish. Now, I believe we're heading back over to those uneven bars that we were talking about. This is
Heading
Evan
straight down to the low
Fraser.
bar, into that shoot, toe on, connecting those skills, back up to the high bar.
Ooh.
So gymnasts have
Unfortunate
30
fall there.
seconds once they've stood up to carry on their routine. She just needs to
re-chalking
stay.
her hands in the corner there.
Needs to stay calm now and finish off this routine the best she can do. Straight back up to the top bar. Needs to do a full turn, which she has. Just this dismount, double back, slight step. Shame about that fall. I mean, it's really difficult falling off in a routine and getting back up and carrying it on.
Composed herself quite nicely.
But she did well.
After that, though, I believe we just have beam going on now. But I have a replay of Alana Stevens on the vault.
Using that strong run into that Pike Yuchenko. Good landing. Gymnasts have to make sure they land on that line to avoid any deductions.
I guess, again, just waiting on that final beam now. What else will these gymnasts be doing in this break while they're waiting for other groups to finish? Obviously, there's bigger groups than others, and so a lot of waiting in some of these rotations.
There'll be a lot of just mentally preparing for the next piece. Some pieces use hand guards, some pieces don't. Some pieces you'll need longs, so those are the trousers that will cover the whole leg compared to shorts, which some other pieces use. So for the men's side, it's changing clothes essentially, putting hand guards on, wristbands, taping up if you need to, or preparing the piece. So like we said earlier, putting chalk onto the P-bars, maybe a bit of honey as well, chalking up the rings, chalking up the high bar. Just whilst you're waiting for the other pieces to finish, you're allowed to go over and do a quick little chalk up of the piece.
So how much does it, obviously we've spoken about the chalk before, but how much difference does it make, you know, that honey that you've mentioned?
It's for some people and not for others. So some people use it, some people don't. I used to use it, I thought it had made a big difference, but it's all personal preference.
Now I believe we've just got Jemima Taylor waiting to do her beam routine there.
So this is one of Jemima's best apparatus, so she will be wanting to do well on here today. She's also trialling for the Commonwealth Games.
She placed 3rd in the Welsh champs last year.
Starting off her routine with the double squat spin. Done nicely. Now really need to flow this routine. Straight into the leap series, change leg, straight into the change half, Corbett flick, very good connection. Jemima has very good execution on this apparatus. Heading into her acro series. Needs to stay tight, backward roll, back flip, into the layout, very good landing.
Lots of cheers there for that one.
Into that aerial cartwheel. Jemima's looking very solid on here today. Just needs to stay focused now towards the end. Up in her difficulty with the straddle jump on the side. Nice deep breath going into this beam routine. Ending with the double back somersault. Just under rotated that dismount. Shame about that fall because the routine was lovely.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Now, Jemima Taylor actually competed alongside Michael Tang at the Sokol Grand Prix in November in the mixed pairs event.
Yeah, so that's a new event that they've started doing as of recent, where you have one from the men's team and one from the women's team. They compete together against other gymnasts in a mixed group too.
I believe we also had Daniel Winterbourne and Christelle Lake, who are also competing here today there in November. Now we've got the men's senior open standings at the moment. More movement on our leaderboards. Hamish Carter, Adam Tobin and Elliot Vernon has moved down from that top. Hamish obviously on our Scottish long list. Still got quite a few of our Welsh names in there.
That's what we like to see.
Emil's happy about next to me.
It's good to see that they're still up there, going strong. A few more pieces left. Hopefully they can stay up there and progress up the leaderboard there.
And we've got the women's score here. Again, more movement on this one. We've got Ruby Stacey sitting at the top there, followed by Chloe Allen, Roxanne Nika Sokon, Jamie Renner Corbett. Again, more of our girls that have moved up to seniors this year, Roxanne being one of them, Lexi Holmes also sitting in 6 being one of those as well.
So the Welsh girls finishing on floor, some of their best apparatus. It will be good to see what happens after this piece.
Ruby Stacey won the Performance Partnership of the Year alongside her coach, Gemma Maskell, last year. Just warming up for our next rotation now. For some of these gymnasts, there was quite a bit of a break in between those that want to be getting those muscles woken up again if they've been sitting down a while, prepping for their next event, getting in the zone, you could say.
This is where the warm-ups come in handy. So obviously if you were first up on your last piece, you could have been sat around for a little while, especially with some apparatus going on longer than others. So you need to use your time whilst waiting for the rotation to finish, staying nice and warm, putting some layers on, your jacket, bottoms, keeping nice and warm, and then making the most out of your 3-minute warm-up or your one-touch warm-up. Just keeping warm, going over a little bit more just because you've been waiting around a little bit longer, so you're a little bit colder.
Got Ruby Evans bouncing at the edge of the floor there, just prepping herself. She's going to be first on the floor, but still sticking with warm-ups there. Nice warm-ups there. Now, Ruby Evans, she's quite the decorated gymnast, and being so young as well. Obviously, we said that she won here at the Welsh Champs last year. She was also at the World Champs in Jakarta. She was the first Welsh gymnast to win an individual medal at the Welsh Champs last year, first ever. Again, quite a gymnast and quite an achievement to do that for your country as well.
So Ruby won that medal on the floor at the World Championship, so it'll be good to see her on the floor today. Hopefully bringing out the same performance as she did, if so, even better.
Yes, that was a second on floor at Worlds, so definitely hoping to see a very, very strong routine here. Now, our floor routines are obviously rotating between the men's and women's, so we get Ruby first, and then we'll have the men's follow shortly after. Now, the men's don't get music. Do you sometimes wish they did? What a question.
No, because I'm not dancing on the floor. I'll be honest, it's not happening. No, it's quite a discussion. A lot of people will talk about it, and it's one of those ones where I think it feeds into the whole artistic side of the women's gymnastics, especially with the beam as well. So it emphasizes their artistic flair in that way, whereas a lot of the men's gymnastics is powerful, big movements rather than a artistic flair.
Yeah.
So it's very different on both sides.
Yeah.
So I think adding music in would change it.
There's a lot more tumbling as well in the men's.
Yeah, that's true.
The women's only do around 3 or 4 tumbles usually, whereas the men's do, I think, around 5, 6.
7.
7.
I don't think they do 7 anymore due to the code change of being 8 skills instead of 10. But back when I was competing, it was 10 skills that counted, and you would often see people doing 7 tumbles.
So obviously with the men's now, we've got reduced tumbles. You're now seeing the balance element being introduced. Do you think there's a future for the musical element being introduced?
Possibly. I'm not going to say no, but I don't think it would be anytime soon.
In the future then, something to look out for. And that balance element that I just mentioned, obviously that's only been introduced in recent years.
Yes, that was introduced in the last code change, so now they have to perform a balance element in their routine.
In their routine. And how do you think that's been received by some of the male gymnasts? Obviously those that have been competing for very many years. How do you think the reception was to that?
Not too happy, to be honest.
Now we've just got Ruby Evans starting now on her floor routine. This should be a strong one.
Ruby has very good artistry. She knows how to engage the audience and the judges. Heading into this first tumble, using the straight front punch double twist. Into this second tumble, straight front full twist punch. Into this leap series. Torjete full into the change leg half. Ruby has worked hard on these leaps. Into this rounder flick full twist. I think due to an injury, Ruby has made her tumble slightly easier today. But still performing the routine well. Into this double squat spin, nicely executed. Nice deep breath for this last tumble. Into the rounder flick, double back, slight hop on landing. overall, a very good performance from Ruby today.
Very strong floor routine there. Like you said, maybe with some slightly easier skills than what we're used to seeing with her, but still a very, very strong performance. Just talking to her coaches and teammates at the edge of the mat there. Now, I think we're moving into the pommel horse. This is Courtney Tulloch.
So this is Courtney Tulloch on pommel. Swinging well. A lot of the bigger rings workers struggle to swing pommel as they're a lot wider and a lot bigger, which makes it harder for them to swing pommel, extend out. But he seems to be swinging it really well here, and that is a lovely clean routine. I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
Do we think that
There's
will
a
move
grin.
him?
I'm sure he was very happy with that.
I think that might move him back up the leaderboard now.
Of course, he'll be happy to carry that routine on.
We've got this is Ellie Lewis here on the beam.
Into this acro series, back foot play out, solid landing. Into the full spin. Good aerial cartwheel, nicely done. Into her side dance, really using that head, making sure judges don't take deductions on that artistry. Into that leap series, change leg split jump. Needs to stay controlled in this double passe, which she has. Staying composed now, heading into this dismount, round off full twist, good height and good landing. Shame about that mount, but overall a good performance on that beam from Ellie.
Still looked quite pleased with that, I will say. She's obviously one of those to watch on the Commonwealth long list for Wales this year. Now I have high bar again for you. This is Joe Kemlin-Jones again.
This is one of Joe's stronger pieces, so he'll be looking to go through this routine and get a nice big score. And that's a lovely squat half to handstand, winding up for the release. Lovely catch there. And we've got the stoop through. Exiting with a straddle to handstand. Unfortunately coming down the wrong way. He's picked it up and finishing off his routine with a full twist in double straight.
It's just the start of a nice little handshake
Yeah.
from the coach there. Now, we're moving straight over to the P-bars. This is Hamish Carter. Obviously, he's sitting at the top of our leaderboard at the moment.
Lovely
for this
undersum to
session.
handstand to start there. Into Homma, pirouette. We've got the McCut, Healy, pirouette again. Diamidov, lovely to handstand. Stutz, he'll be looking for a big dismount here. Double pike, a few steps. Apart from that, a lovely routine there.
Now, I believe we've moved straight to the vault here. Got some of our Welsh boys warming up again. Now, just going back to that high bar routine.
Of course.
Obviously, you've got moments in the air there. Is there even time to think as you try and catch that bar, or no?
Obviously, you're looking for the bar. It's a matter of milliseconds. You'll release and you're back at the bar within no time. You could probably account for that one as well. On all releases, it's you've done your action, you let go, and then you're looking for the bar straight away.
Hope for the best.
Usually you know whether you're going to catch the bar, you feel it. But
you can tell
when
if
you
your
miss-
action is off.
Yeah.
Will depend on whether you're going to come slightly closer or be further away.
We've just moved on to a live on the floor here.
it's a slightly different
This is
tone of music compared to Ruby.
Aya Griffiths.
Into the round of flip double back. Seeing lots of double backs today. Solid landing. Good change leg split leap. Into that tourgette. Seen lots of this series today. Into the split jump full turn. Judges making sure that hits 180. Into the second tumble. Round off flick. 1.5 twist. Really needs to use that artistry. Tourgette full. Not sure if that got quite the way round. Into this last tumble, handspring, straight front full twist, good landing, good performance. Hopefully she's happy with that routine.
Ayla, obviously another one of those has stepped up to seniors this year. She got 5th all around in the Welsh section of the 2025 Welsh Jump. She actually got silver on bars last year. Now we're moving to Joshua Nathan, who is on our pommel.
Joshua Nathan is very good on pommel. He's won multiple medals at the British over the years on this piece, so he'll be looking to have a big pommel routine here. And that's Russian in. He's going for the triple Russian in the middle. Stockley, up through the handstand, back down into flare. Now into the flare travel. And an extension through the handstand for the dismount, and I'm sure he'll be very happy with that routine.
He looks thrilled with that. He obviously got 2nd on the pommel horse here last year. And did become 2nd overall, but that was a pretty strong performance, so could be chasing those top podium spots again.
With that routine, I'm sure he'll make the final and be looking to snatch the gold on that piece tomorrow.
Yes, we look forward to seeing that, which I'm sure we probably will after that pommel performance. He has been chosen to represent GB previously multiple times, including at the Northern Euros. We're just moving over to beam now. That is Jasmine Mongoro.
Starting off with a good mount.
Apologies on that technical difficulty there. We're just gonna head over to floor now.
So Anais is also trialing for the Commonwealth Games today. She's been suffering an injury, so it's good to see her back out on the floor today. Round of flick double back. Really good height in that tumble. Anais is very good at using her head, using that body to make good artistry. Inace is very elegant in this floor routine. Straight down the diagonal to a second tumble, handspring, straight front full twist, good solid landing. Double squat spin. Nicely executed. Just needs to stay focused. Take deep breaths for the rest of this routine. Change leg split leap into that tourgette full. Using that head. Really showing off her dance. And landing sharply. Really, really good routine from Inace. Should be happy with that performance today.
Just off the floor now. Now we are going to head back to that beam that we unfortunately cut away from so we can see that full routine. Again, apologies for those slight technical difficulties there.
So starting off with the forward walk over mount like we saw before. Slight wobble on landing, but saved it well. Into that leap series, change leg to zone. Judges are making sure gymnasts have straight legs in all skills. Straight down into the acro series, backflip layout. Nicely done. She has very good flow in this routine. Needs to take a deep breath and carry on this routine. Needs to stay focused. Good change leg half. Save that well. Needs to take deep breaths now. Carry on this routine nicely. You can always lose your confidence once you fall off the beam. But you have to learn not to let it affect you. Heading into this dismount. Nice straight front dismount. Good landing. Shame about those two falls.
Is a shame about that. What sort of motivation does it provide, you know, falling off halfway through? Does it make you more determined to finish it strong? Or is there kind of a, oh no, it's all gone wrong now?
It depends. I think sometimes it can maybe knock your confidence a little bit. You have more pressure to stay on the beam. However, sometimes maybe it makes you determined to stay on the beam. So it depends on the gymnast. For me, it used to make me a little bit more nervous. But the main thing is just carrying on the routine the best you can.
Now, I think we're going over to the women's uneven bars here. This is Veronica Kritzky. Just setting her mats up there. Just readjusting the mats there, making sure they're in the right place. Obviously important for safety.
Safety in gymnastics is such a big thing. So gymnasts are allowed coaches to stand underneath the bars, have mats if needed. Very unusual skill to see. I think we're seeing warm-up here.
Looks like she hit the floor a few times there, unfortunately. Now, just looking, obviously we've got those floor routines going on at the moment. Those gymnasts have Ruby Evans in her group. Do you think having, you know, those gymnasts that have been to the Olympics, does it give a bit more pressure? Is there more pressure to perform? Or is it almost encouraging, you know, to have other athletes there cheering you on that have gone almost all the way in your sport?
I think having experienced gymnasts next to you can always make you feel sometimes at ease because they understand what competition is like. So for me, I think once I had high-level gymnasts next to me, I think it actually made me feel a little bit better just because they understand. However, some gymnasts might feel a little bit more pressured by very talented gymnasts watching them. But yeah, it depends on the gymnast. But I think everyone today is performing really well. And I think the main thing is just focusing on your performance.
Is there any offering of tips and tricks from those gymnasts ever, or is it every man for himself when you're out on that competition floor?
I wouldn't think so during like a competition, but definitely if you were to, a lot of gymnasts go to a lot of different clubs to train and do training camps, and there's always that, like if there's a more experienced gymnast and they've done the skill for a lot longer, then you'll open your arms and offer out advice. It's not one of those things where you keep everything to yourself. It's very open, like we've been saying all evening. It's very much a community sport because it is a very hard sport, so everyone's willing to just give advice where needed.
And I would assume you're always looking to speak to those experienced gymnasts when you're going to those clubs, getting, you know, advice, and maybe even advice on, say, it's your first international competition, things like that as well. Always looking up to those older, more experienced gymnasts?
Of course, you'll always have gymnasts that you look up to and would be like, oh my God, it'd be amazing to see this person. And if they were to offer advice, you would absorb that like a sponge. It's very much everyone's willing to offer out advice.
Did you have anyone you particularly looked up to when you were competing?
So many. Like, that's the thing. It's everyone looks up to everyone. It's not so much one person. It's multiple people, especially in a sport where there's so many different apparatus.
Got Ellie Lewis stepping onto the floor now.
So a new floor here for Ellie, performing today. Straight into the first tumble, round off flick, double pike, solid landing. Ellie is very good at performing a routine, really bringing in the audience, making it fun to watch. Very good split leap into that tourgette. Into the triple passe. Straight down the diagonal into that 1.5 punch straight front. Slightly low on that height, but saved it well. Really enjoying this routine. Into that double squat spin. Nicely performed. Ellie needs to breathe now. Heading into this last tumble. Last big effort. Come on, Ellie. Round off flick, double twist. Shame about the step out. But overall, a very good performance. Ellie's done a super job today. I think she'll be pleased with how she's performed.
Yes, definitely had some very strong routines all throughout that we've seen. Walking the full way around the floor there. Just past all those judges. Now, I believe we're going to see some of the men's events now. Moving over to the high bar.
We have Winston Powell here on the high bar. And he's winding up for a release here. Lovely catch on that. Big straddle catch F2. Stolder He'll be winding up here for a big dismount, looking to stick. Lovely double-double there.
How do you think that routine fares compared to the ones we've seen?
It will be up there with some of the ones that we've seen today. I'm sure that we'll have a few others that will be pushing for bigger routines, but it's nice to have a routine that you can get through. It's clean and you're happy with at the end of the day.
Moving over to our rings now. This is Mikey Goddard.
So Jonathan Yamawaki to start with a Homma to half lever. Lift into that handstand position. Showing support in the handstand there. Long swing through. And again into the dismount. Fighting for that landing, and he sticks the dismount there.
Fighting for that landing there. I believe we're switching to floor now. Also on our men's, this is Henry Lewis coming up.
This should be a big routine here. I've seen some of his training. And that is a full twisting double straight somersault there. It's a big start to the routine. Full twist, punch double front. It's 2 big tumbles to start us off there. Now we have our side tumble. A 2.5 punch straight front to stick. He's absolutely smashing it so far. Now into the group 1 element, showing some strength here. Big double pike there. He managed to save that. We'll be looking for a big finish here. Into the double tuck. And that is the routine done. He'll be a little bit annoyed with that double pike there, as the first few tumbles were very good, but no fall, so we could potentially see him tomorrow in the final on floor there.
We're just going to a quick vault now as everyone switches on their next rotation. This is Daniel Winterbourne.
And that is a brilliant double twist there. 1 small step. He'll be happy with that.
And a nice handshake to his coach there. Now, going back to Henry Lewis, though, I was just going to say he's currently doing a Road to the Commonwealth Games series on his TikTok at the moment that I have been looking at. I think a few of our gymnasts are trying to, you know, build that online presence now and get more of a fan base behind them. It's nice, I think, from fan perspective to see what their favourite gymnasts are getting up to, I guess, behind the scenes.
It's nice to kind of see the day-to-day of it, because as spectators, you come to a competition and you see the best. You don't see the whole of the project, so to say. You don't see every day could be up or down. You just get to see the final project.
Yes, of course. And speaking of our final project, let's have a look at those standings. That's Hamish Cotter still in first after his routine. Alan Tobin also sticking in second. I don't think, by the looks of it, there's been too much change with these scores. Seems like everyone put in a pretty strong performance.
Yeah, it hasn't really changed too much. It's nice to see that there's 4 of the Welsh boys still in the top 8. So it'll be nice to see them stay up there after this next round.
Definitely, yeah, got quite a few there. And for the women's, Again, not too much change here. Ruby, Stacey sticking at that top spot. Ellie Lewis after that lovely floor routine is staying there. Lexi Holmes as well. Now she again has moved up to seniors this year. She did very, very well in the juniors last year. As we said earlier, she was first all around and she got a clean sweep. That was first for the Welsh in vault, bars, beam and floor last year. So I don't think any of us are surprised to see her in spot number 3 at the moment, going for that podium. Definitely some very strong Welsh names there as well. Lovely to see it. Obviously, we have the closed Welsh competition going on and the open. Now, I believe we have quite a fun routine coming up for us. This is going to be Jemima Taylor on the floor for you now. Unfortunately, no music on these replays, but I think you can still get a good idea of how much fun she is having on that floor.
So Jemima up in the difficulty. Big straight front walk out into that double back. Slight step out. Jemima knows how to work her artistry. Good tourgette. Into the second tumble, straight front punch. Full twist, slightly under rotated. Needs to carry on the routine. As you can see, Jemima's enjoying this floor routine. Good double squat spin. Really needs to focus now. Into her leap series, change leg ring, into that tourgette. Needs to take deep breaths now. Heading into this last tumble. Come on, Jemima. Round off flick, double pike, slightly under rotated. Shame about that floor routine. But I'm sure she'll work hard on the gym.
Quite disappointed at the end of that, which is a shame. Now we're on to the next rotation now. I believe we've got a few different apparatus warming up. A few may have started, but we'll get back to you with replays of those in just a moment. Getting to the end now, we're on our 5th rotation. Our gymnasts probably feeling a little bit tired by now.
Yeah, you start to feel it a little bit now, so.
We're now moving to vault. This is Isabel Millen. Locked in, staring at that vault there, ready to go.
She needs to wait for the judges to put their arm up.
Again, those anxious moments we were talking about earlier.
Now heading down this vault run. Nice and powerful. Using the Yuchenko entry into that full twist, straight down the line.
Pretty
good vault from her.
Landing there as well. Nice hug from her coach there. It's always lovely to see. Got our events all kicking off now. We're just giving you a replay of the beam that just started.
From Pat Rankin Gymnastics Club. Starting off with the flick mount. Straight into that squat spin. Nicely controlled. can see she's really using that artistry well. She has very nice flow in her routine. Good aerial cartwheel to a good solid landing. Into that side dance. Staying composed before her acro series, backflip layout. Good landing. Needs to carry on this routine nice and confidently. Into the change leg, wolf jump. Needs to make sure that's linked for it to count as a leap series. Good jump full turn. Adding that difficulty to this routine. Just needs to land the dismount. Good. Round off 1.5. Step on landing. But overall, a very good routine from her.
We've moved good straight over to vault again here. Just waiting for the judges to give the go-ahead again. This is Callie Williams on vault.
Callie on her last apparatus of the day. Wanting to finish strong.
Asking her coach to show her number there.
Arms up, ready to go. Come on, Callie. Good, powerful run. Yuchenko straight, right down the middle. Good stick. Well done, Callie.
Nice couple of strong landings there on vault. Nice and straight. We're going to come to rings now. This is Joshua Nathan on rings.
So to the cross there. Back up to a straddle planche. You've gone Jonas and Yamawaki up to a handstand. Swing through handstand. Into the rings dismount. Lovely clean routine there for Joshua Nathan.
Another strong routine there. We're starting to see in this rotation quite a lot of strong routines. I think some of these top spots are going to be close.
Yeah, you're going to have a few more from this round going into those top spots, I think. It's been some very strong routines this afternoon.
Very nicely executed. Yuchenko full twist. Should be happy with that vault.
Yet another very straight landing there. Like we just said, some very strong performances going on all throughout this rotation. Everyone is really putting their best foot forward. Obviously, again, these are Commonwealth qualifiers, so people will have their head there thinking about that and getting there. And obviously, there will be some gymnasts here as well, thinking all the way ahead to LA 28. Obviously, I think Olympics is the ultimate goal for a lot of gymnasts. We're just moving to floor here, though.
This is Dan Smiley from Birmingham, who'll be looking for a big floor routine here to try and qualify for that spot in the Scottish team for the Commonwealth Games.
He got third in his team with his team last year at the 2025 Northern European Championships.
Stepping onto the floor, ready to do his first tumble. And that is a full in, back out, staying in the floor there. A double front there. Into his side tumble. Double twist to stick. He'll be happy with that. Gone 2.5. He'll be going for his group 1 now. Lift to handstand. Now he's doing the mana as well. Ready for his final tumble. Big push here. A couple of steps, but I'm sure he'll be happy to land that double somersault at the end. It's very difficult now to finish a floor routine in the men's side, it being a double somersault. It used to be a D value skill, so it could have been anything of D value, which would be a lot easier than just a double somersault.
Just moved to high bar now.
This is Winston Powell. Good catch, Ev, there. Stolder into the dismount. Lovely routine there.
Yep, a lovely high bar routine. We're going to move over to uneven bars now with Abigail Roper. Haven't seen the Roper twins in a while, so it'll be nice to see a routine from her.
So Abigail has very good difficulty on this piece, starting with the giant full turn straight into the blind, straight into that straddle Jaeger, right down to the low bar. Good pack salto. Into that shap. Straight into that ginger. Abby's got very good alignment. Winding up for the dismount. Into the big double straight. Good landing. Well done, Abby.
Obviously, like I said earlier, she got first on the bars at the 2025 Rushmore Rose Bowl, so a nice routine again. We're heading over to pommel now, though.
Here's Theo on the pommel. Into the Stockley down. There we have the Magyar going over the handle into the Shavado. He'll be looking for his handstand dismount here, and unfortunately touching his foot on the pommel horse there, leading to a fall. Settling in to finish up with this handstand dismount now, and up. Clean dismount there.
Still got a smile on his face.
Like I said, he is one of the happiest and nicest people you will meet. Always smiling, always cracking a joke.
Very, very nice to see. All the smiles, even if it does go a little bit wrong sometimes.
An amazing person to have on a team. Always keeps the spirit up. There's never a down moment when he's around.
How important is that team morale when you're competing?
Oh, I think it's the biggest thing. Mm-hmm. It's the most important. If you gel as a team and you're one,
you kind of keep that vibe. You keep that vibe alive.
Yeah.
And it helps your performance 100%.
Just looking at floor now. We have Lottie Smith just about to start her floor routine.
can really see Lottie using that good artistry. Good 180 split jump full. Needs a powerful tumble to start. Round off flick, double pike. Chest slightly down, but very good landing. Very dramatic floor. You can see she listens to the music. Straight into that leap series, change leg. Into that tourgette. Really using that head. Making the routine flow. Needs focus now on this second tumble. Round off, double twist. Nicely executed. Lovely performance so far from Lottie. Needs to keep it going. Into that single high leg spin. Needs to finish this routine off nicely. Come on, Lottie. Big last effort. Handspring. Straight front fall, slightly under rotated. Needs to finish off the routine. Well done, Lottie. Shame about that fall. That routine was one of the nicest I've seen today, especially on that artistry. So I think the judges and the audience will definitely be entertained by that today.
Oh, bless her. She seems quite gutted by that fall. But like you said, one of the best routines you've seen today, definitely. And we have seen up here. Now, just going back to our conversation about team morale, how important is it to kind of get to know your teammates, I guess, outside of the competition floor?
I mean, that's also important as well. I think we, especially in the lead up to such a big competition, you're going to spend a lot of time together with each other outside of the gym. I know we used to do a lot of like small team bonding activities. We'd go bowling, whether that was the men's and women's side together. We do escape rooms, little things like that, just to get us to bond so we all know each other. It's a good atmosphere and everyone can kind of be together when we get to like the village.
Yeah. What was your favourite team bonding exercise, just quickly?
Bowling, only because it got really competitive and everyone, like, obviously everyone in gymnastics is competitive, whether it's for themselves or for the team. And I think we were all super competitive and just wanted to beat each other, to be honest.
That's great fun. Now we're just moving over to the beam now. This is Skye Campbell stepping up to the beam.
Looks like she fell off on a skill. We couldn't get to see, but needs to stay confident now for the rest of the routine. Lovely splits. Very good height in those leaps. Into that Corbett flick. Didn't quite connect those skills together. Very good flexibility from Skye. We're seeing good aerial cartwheel. Very nicely done. Needs strong focus. Round off, full twist. Good height on that dismount. Shame we couldn't see the start of the routine, but the second half was better.
She seemed to make a little face there, so unfortunate on that one. Now we're moving on to floor, someone who we saw a little bit earlier on. This is Joe Kemlin-Jones, who's in those top 8 spots at the moment. So
this will be a big routine here. So Joe also finaled on floor at the Commonwealth Games in 2022. Unfortunate with the little slip there. 2.5 straight front. Side tumble. You have a double twist into the group 1. He's opted for the triple Russian as well. Now splits jab lift. Lovely held handstand there. Handspring a double twist into the final tumble here. He's looking to stick this one after his Y scale. Pulling back out to finish there with a slight step out. He'll be happy with that routine.
Yes, definitely. Now, he was sitting in 5th at the end of that rotation. Sorry, at the start, before that rotation. So how do you think that will change? Do you think it might push him a bit further up?
Hopefully. My fingers are crossed. I want to see him further up, of course.
I'm really enjoying your support for the Welsh boys today.
You've got to back them. I mean, I'll always back them. I've trained and competed with a lot of these boys for many years now, so I'll always support them.
Showing us a perfect example of that community that happens in gymnastics. Now we are moving into vault now with Jack Kershaw.
And a handspring straight front half there. Small step on landing, but I'm sure he'll be happy with that.
I think we just have our final beam routine, final few beam routines going on now. Been some very, very strong competition today. Just waiting for that replay of our final beam routine. We can just see her strutting her stuff in the corner there.
So these are the final few routines of this rotation.
Yes, I think this rotation has been some very strong performances. So I wonder if this is actually going to shake up our scoreboard a little bit, maybe more than we've seen from those previous rotations.
I think it really could do. There's been some really strong routines, so I think it'll change a few names. I think you'll see a few names enter higher up now.
And obviously still contending with those gymnasts from this morning. We cannot forget that they are all senior men's and women's, so they are all competing for those top spots. But we are just moving on to our live beam here. Just again, this is Chloe Allen, who is waiting to get on the beam, get the go-ahead from the judges. Just keeps readjusting the ponytail there, making sure nothing falls out of place. No distracting things while she's doing her routine.
Well, actually, judges can take marks off if your hair's not tidy, so it's really important.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I actually only found that out like last year. Yeah, towards the end of my career. So good job, I always had neat hair. Okay, right, starting her routine with the flick mount, very nicely executed. It's got very nice legs and feet. That's what the judges are looking for. Into that triple squat spin. Very nicely executed. Needs to stay confident throughout this beam routine, which she has so far. Good change leg, into the change leg half. Needs to stay tight. Keeping that routine. Needs to keep that flow. Keep that focus going into this acro series. Backflip, layout. Struggled to stay on the beam there. Needs to refocus and carry on. Seeing good artistry from her though today. Good aerial cartwheel. Needs to take deep breaths now before heading towards the end of the routine. Getting her leap series in, split jump, wolf jump. And a good round off full twist. Good height off that beam. Well done.
Now, I believe that was the final beam routine. We'll just see the one beam routine that we missed on our replay now. Sorry, just some technical difficulties here moving into that routine. Again, apologies on those technical difficulties. We will try to get to you that replay in a moment. This is now the last beam routine, I believe. Now, I believe this is the last routine we will see today. The last routine we will see today. This is Sydney Hughes.
Needs to keep that focus now before doing her last routine of the day. Arms up, ready to go. Starting off with the Chapana mount. Sydney's got very good flow in this routine so far. Straight into her leap series, change leg, split jump, good solid landing. You can see how much these park ranking gymnasts have worked on their artistry. Backflip layout. Gymnasts perform these routines a lot in training, but anything can happen on the day. Good change leg side jump. Keeping that confidence into that aerial cartwheel. Straight into that side semi. Now needs to keep her energy going, heading into the dismount. Good, solid. 1.5 dismount. Shame about the stumble. Slight fall at the ending.
Smiling on the way out, though.
Smile on the way out.
That's what we like to see. Apologies earlier. We actually have one more beam. This is Christelle Lake. Obviously, we spoke about Christelle earlier. She went to the Soccer Grand Prix in 2025 for the mixed pairs with Daniel Winterbourne, who is one of our Welsh Commonwealth long list athletes here today. This is her first Welsh Champs comp, actually. She's done Scottish, she's done British, she's done English, but this is her first time here at Welsh Champs. Nice little fun fact for you. And she's been a member of Team GB at the World University Games as well.
Yeah, I've heard that's quite a new competition, the University Games, which she's done really well at. Crystal has been showing very good consistency in her gymnastics recently. It's good to see. She's improved so much, and hopefully this last routine of the day will be a good one for her.
Yes, she is one of our Scottish Commonwealth long list athletes there, so definitely one to watch. At the Scottish Champs last year, she got first all around and first on bars, and she also went to the British Team Champs, got third all around, first on floor and second on bars there. So, like you said, really improving on her gym here.
Starting off with the change leg leap, making sure she hits 180 split, which I think she did. Straight down to her lower beam dance. Into the squat spin. We've seen lots of this today. The triple, really nicely done. Needs to keep this focused into this acro series. Backflip layout, strong landing. Crystal has very nice flow and artistry. Just need to keep this confidence going. Good change leg into that zone, hitting that split. Good double passe spin. Crystal's not really wobbling today, which is good to see. Good aerial cartwheel. Into her dismount, round off 1.5 twist, slight step on landing, but one of the best beam routines we've seen today.
What a lovely beam routine. Like we said, she's a Commonwealth long list athlete, so obviously a very, very strong routine. Now we have Erin Fraser up for you. This is the one we just had some technical difficulties for. This is the last, third from last.
Starting off a routine with a unique mount. Straight into this double squat spin. Only quite made the 1.5. Into that change leg. Side leap. Slight wobble. Into that straddle jump. Needs to keep this flow going now. Into her acro series. Backflip. Good landing. Needs to keep the flow going. Good artistry from her. Adding her difficulty with the side tummy. Needs to compose herself now. Into the cat leap. Into the change leg. And a straight front dismount. Slight separation in the legs, but good routine.
Now, I believe that was our final rotation there. Some very strong performances, so looking forward to seeing the scoreboards after that rotation. As you can see, some of the girls are just going around and getting some team photos there. So a lot going on. Lots of photos going on there, as we can see.
So that will conclude the competition, and we will be going on to the medal ceremony. So here we find out what the outcome is from this morning's competition and this evening's competition.
Yes, we had a few strong performances this morning, especially from the men, so we'll be interested to see how they fare up to this afternoon. Now, I believe we're just bringing up the standings in a moment for you. And we do have some changes around there. On the last one, Adam Tobin, just nudges himself into that top spot ahead of Hamish Carter.
Two brilliant performances today from those two, as well as the rest of them out there. It's an amazing competition. It's great to see again some of the Welsh boys up in the top 8.
Yes, definitely great to see them up there. I will say also we had Jake Edwards up in there. A fun fact about him today that both his parents, Paul and Julie, were judging on floor today. So nice to have the whole family here for an outing today.
I mean, nice and not so nice at times. I mean, if they're judging him, sometimes they may be harsh, but no, Paul and Julie, lovely people.
Now, this is the women's senior. Now, this is a combination of this morning and this afternoon. So we can see that Emily Burke there has unfortunately been knocked off her top spot, but Ruby Stacey has taken that gold today. She had some very strong performances, didn't she, Sophia?
Yes. Yes, Ruby had very good performances today on all apparatus, so she'll be pleased with how today has gone and with her result.
Both of the Roper sisters in fourth and fifth there, I believe. Now, they say they like to have a keen sibling rivalry, as it is a healthy driving force during their competition. Now, as you can see, we're just starting to set up podium here for our podium this evening. Now we'll be getting the all-around open and all-around Welsh first, second and third place from our senior men's and women's today. And then obviously we are moving tomorrow to do the apparatus finals. So we'll see those top apparatus performances from today battle it out again for those individual medals on apparatus.
Yeah, you'll see the top 8 on each individual piece fighting for first, second and third tomorrow.
Yes, definitely. I think that's going to be a tight competition.
Yeah, it'll be very, very different to today. You'll have each athlete going one at a time on each piece, so it's going to be a lot more nerve-wracking, a lot more intense, and the spotlight is quite literally on you each routine.
From those men's performances today, who obviously we don't know quite yet, but who would we be expecting to see on those apparatus finals tomorrow?
Well, you could be expecting to see a load of people. There'll be a load of people on different apparatus, maybe even some people on a few, maybe potentially some people on all of them. We don't know yet, so until the scores really get looked at, they'll go through all of those. The top 8 will have some more routines to do tomorrow.
So we can just see that, oh, we just moved away from it, but we could just see that medal table there. We have trophies to give out, medals to give out. There's also some of those certificates sitting there, which I believe were given out yesterday for those who were first time competing in international competitions.
That would be your Welsh feather. So each time you compete for Wales in a year, you'll get one of those. So there's a few of those sat in the house. I'm sure you've got some too.
A feather, did you say?
A feather.
That's a very nice name for it. It's very nice that, you know, no matter the outcome when you compete for your country, you do get that recognition. Now, a lot of waiting around for the gymnasts now. I bet some of them will be very relieved that today is over and can just concentrate, if they are through to the finals tomorrow, on those apparatus finals. But the big day is almost over now. Do you think there's a big sigh of relief going on across the gym?
Yeah, first day is out of the way, and I'm sure that they'll be getting ready for tomorrow if they've got finals. So it's not quite over yet, but the hardest part of it being the first day is done.
They'll be focusing on their recovery now, especially going into tomorrow's competition. Recovery is such an important part, especially in this sport, in gymnastics, as your body is constantly at it all the time. So these gymnasts will make sure they recover well tonight and be back on it tomorrow.
Will heads immediately be turning to those apparatus finals tomorrow, not even giving themselves time to think about today, just turning and prepping for tomorrow?
They'll go over, obviously, today's performance a little bit, but if they've got finals, they will definitely be having a little look at today, going over what they could have done better, but not dwelling on the negatives too much, looking at the positives more, and then getting ready for another big day tomorrow.
And what do you think Monday will look like for some of these gymnasts? You know, competition weekend over, how will they be feeling on Monday? Obviously, some disappointing performances, but others, those winners. How is the Monday for them after comp?
My Monday always used to be a day off. So
yeah, same with me.
No matter whether it's been a not so great comp or a good comp, you need that day off to let your body recover, especially if it's like this weekend where you could potentially be competing over 2 days. There's a lot of competition, there's a lot of stress on the body, so you want to make sure it's getting the right amount of rest and you're recovering properly.
Now, I believe we're going to see Ruby Evans' floor routine again. Again, a very strong routine, so just showing you that again now.
So seeing Ruby again performing this floor routine. She executed this really well today. So Ruby used the forward tumbles. Doing the straight front punch double twist as her first tumble. Straight back down the diagonal into her second tumble. Full twist, punch, full twist. Nicely done. Into her tourgette. Into that change leg half. Ruby's worked on these splits. Finishing off her routine with the rounder flick full twist. Slightly easier tumbles today due to an injury, but performed it the best she could. Into her double squat spin. Nicely done. Into the rounder flick double back. And finishing off the routine nicely with a lovely smile. Well done, Ruby. Ruby's had a good day today. A shame she couldn't compete on bars.
I'm sure we expect to see her tomorrow on the apparatus finals. Now, I think we are... Unfortunately, we was going to attempt to see the standings for the qualifiers tomorrow, but unfortunately, I think we're having a few issues with the system there. So we're going to have to leave you all in a lot of anticipation to wait and see who is on those apparatus finals tomorrow. We will do our best to try and get those up for you, but we will do our best. Now, we have succeeded. We have our women's floor qualifiers here. Obviously, that routine we've just seen from Ruby Evans. put there at the top. Some other strong routines there. Abigail Roper, Olivia Chan, that was this morning. She did very well on quite a few names in there. It looks like most of those names are from this afternoon, but Olivia Cham and Shana K. Grant from our groupings this morning, so they're all in that floor final tomorrow. All up to play for still. Obviously, Ruby Evans has a very strong floor, but we've seen quite a few of those today.
You will also have some people that have made these finals that may even look to do a bigger routine tomorrow. So add a bit more difficulty in attempt to go out there and get a medal.
We may be seeing that from Ruby Evans. Obviously, you mentioned earlier she'd opted for some slightly easier skills, but perhaps we'll see her try and pop that difficulty up a little bit more tomorrow. Obviously, she doesn't want to overdo herself. We know she didn't go on uneven bars, just due to, I think she just had a small twinge. So doesn't want to overdo herself too much, although she will want to be on that podium tomorrow. Just still waiting around for that podium ceremony here. It's the waiting that kills you, doesn't it, in this sport? It's so much fun when it gets going, but it's the sitting around waiting for it.
Now is the real like anticipation of if you've come and you've not had such a great competition, but you may have finaled on some pieces. This is where you'll be waiting around, waiting for your coach to come to you with scores maybe, or wait until potentially even after this to find out that you do have a final. That can be a very, very long wait.
I cannot even imagine what that even begins to feel like, having to wait around for those results.
Especially if you've competed in the morning session, you've got to wait all day for this competition to then finish and have all of the scores there to find out whether you've actually made a final. So.
Right, now I believe we're watching Ruby Evans beam again in just a moment. Just standing by on that one. Ruby Evans on beam.
So here we are again watching Ruby's beam. Starting with the tuck front mount. Nicely done. Straight down to the lower beam dance. It's compulsory, it has to be done. Into the double squat spin. Nicely done. Solid. Change leg half into that Corbett flick. Nicely connected. Judges are making sure skills are connected for that difficulty to be up. Good change leg, split jump, straddle jump, using the 3 combinations. Into her acro series, round off. Sorry, mistake by me. Backflip into her layout. Into her free walkover. Ruby's flow today is extremely well. Heading into her dismount, round off double twist. Great job from Ruby on beam today.
Very
she's happy with that
routine there. Now, I believe the gymnasts have been asked to go back, so we might be prepping for that podium. but we're just waiting now. Now, obviously, it's not just been the seniors this weekend. We've had the juniors all throughout Thursday and Friday. So we're just going to show you now a small recap of Thursday and Friday's competition. Please enjoy.
Oh yeah, whoa, look, they can never keep me down, I'm going, and if I ever fail, just know I'll go again. I never quit, cause I know that every loss may lead to another win. I'm going up. I bet when I land, they gon' tell me it's luck again. See that I'm winning, it's harder to watch. I'm setting the stage, you should give me my props. You ain't got no soul, you lacking the spirit. You talk out your neck, I'ma show you I'm with it. I would really hate for you to sit and watch me win again and win again and win again. I know it's probably getting old, me and win a synonym. So if I ever win again, it's no I did the minimum, I didn't have to sell my soul. Oh, yeah. Please don't play no games with me. It was never about the fame to me. They needed the best, so they came to me. Whoa. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the vibe, say, yeah, that's me. Who make it flip, make it bang, ooh, yeah, that's me. Who make the party feel alive, tell them, yeah, that's me. My girl so proud, they get boy when they denim, and I know my flow too sick, I got the medicine. I'm way at the top, who could take my place? I went too hard, can't feel my face. Who the best in this thing? Tell them, yeah, that's me. Tell them who bring the vibe, say, yeah, that's me. Whoa. Yeah, tell them, yeah, that's me. Yeah, I'm chilling at the top, ooh, yeah, that's me.
Yes, lovely shots there of the last 2 days. Obviously, it is so lovely to see those gymnasts competing. Our gymnasts of the future, aren't they? So lovely to see them competing. A few of them may be moving up to our seniors next year. Obviously, we've been mentioning we've had quite a few of our juniors last year moving up to our seniors this year, but definitely our gymnasts of the future. How important are these competitions for those younger gymnasts?
Oh, I think they're crucial. Just getting used to how a competition runs, the format, especially like the really young ones, giving them like an understanding of how it all works, so then it doesn't scare them too much. And especially then they get to, a lot of them will stay around, will come to these competitions to watch the seniors. So then they're gaining experience from watching how the seniors would perform and so on and so forth, kind of.
And Sophia, you were here on Thursday night when we had the under-10s, I believe. Yeah, how was that to watch, you know, those really, really young gymnasts, you know, getting, maybe for some of them, get their first taste of competition?
It was really exciting to see. I think this competition, the Welsh Championships, to have a bit of a crowd is really good for these gymnasts to experience pressure. And it was good to see such young gymnasts doing such hard skills, so really upping their difficulty. So it's good to see for the future. I think the future in British gymnastics is looking good.
Yes, it's definitely exciting to see. And as you said, obviously, at the moment, we've got quite a few of older gymnasts in the competing circles, but our Welsh team actually seems to be fairly on the younger side. You've obviously got a lot of those younger athletes moving in now. You yourself competed at the Commonwealth Games when you were
15.
15?
Yeah, 15. So yeah, I was quite young competing in the Commonwealth Games. It was one of the best experiences of my life. I can still remember that feeling to this day. It was honestly the best experience ever. I think my beam routine, when I presented to the judges, I actually thought I was going to throw up. I've never been so nervous in my life because it was such a big crowd. But I'm glad I did. I think it was one of my best beam routines I ever did. So I was happy with the performance. And yeah, if I could do a Commonwealth again, I'd love to, but gymnastics for me is over now.
Yeah, that's unfortunate to hear.
I think you said about the crowd, I think a lot of it is the crowds just get bigger and bigger the bigger the competitions become. I think the British Championships that's usually done in, I think it's called the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool, is, I think that's like a crowd of like 12,000.
Yeah.
And although like that seems like a lot, but there is a real big difference in every small increment after that. Yeah. So I think the Utilita Arena at Birmingham was 15,400. So it may already seem like a big number at 12,000, but when you up it again to 15, you're still adding more and more pressure because there's more people there. The Commonwealth Games is always a sold-out event, so you're performing to thousands of people. So the crowd does play a part, so you tend to try and block it out as much as possible.
I cannot even imagine the nerves when you start going up to the Worlds and then the Olympics. I mean, all eyes on you at the Olympics, really. That's where people who may never have watched gymnastics in their life are watching you. To be fair, they might go, that looks really cool, I can't do that. So they might think any routine's a good routine.
Of course. I mean, that's what these crowds, although they are smaller, would feel like for those youngsters that are maybe having their first competition. This could feel massive because they've never experienced that before. So it's one of those ones where the more you do it, the more you get used to it. And then obviously the more you do it, the better you tend to become and the bigger the crowds grow.
Also at the Commonwealth Games, usually when there's a big competition, there's one person on each apparatus, whereas the Commonwealth Games, it was one at a time, so it was a lot more nerve-wracking. But we managed to get through, didn't we, Emil?
Yeah, yeah, we did.
Very well done to you guys. Now we have our gymnasts coming out for our presentations and our podium. Now, those lights making those leotards look lovely and sparkly. Again, my vote's for the men's sparkly leotards. That's what I want to see next.
I don't think you're going to win that vote there, unfortunately, but
either.
you can keep voting.
So all just lining up there, running to hurry up and get on that floor, get their medals. There we are. Lights are on, revealing all our wonderful gymnasts from today.
This is sometimes the longest part of the competition. You've done your competition, you want to go get some food, refuel maybe for tomorrow, start your recovery process if you are competing again. And this bit can sometimes drag it out. This is sometimes the worst because you could, depending on how many age groups there is, luckily this evening it's only been the seniors age group, but sometimes in competitions it can be multiple age groups and you have to stand there for ages. Everyone's getting cold. And then you kind of all team together and make a little protest and you'll wait for one person to sit down and then everyone will sit down. So I wonder if any of these will decide to do that today.
I bet if you're all standing there starving, you're probably like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, because before competitions, I could never eat. I don't know about you, Emil.
Oh, I have to eat.
Really?
Yeah.
I just felt so sick and nervous because I think you just want to do your best because you've been training so hard. And yeah, at this point, I'm so hungry. I think I had like a couple of jelly babies. That's about it.
Just picking up those Welsh honours here, those Welsh feathers.
Feathers, yeah. So you get like a little patch at the top with the certificate. It's what you get for representing Wales throughout the year. They'll all receive one of those every year.
Yeah, as you can see there, we was talking about that Soccer Grand Prix in 2025. You can see Mike Tang and Daniel Winterbourne both got their certificates, probably from that competition. There in the red.
And then I think the rest of them would have probably got it from the Northern Europeans. So it's nice to see that they're showing that they value the gymnasts themselves and making them feel very like, what's the way to put it? Valued.
Valued,
It's
yes.
valued. So it is an achievement to go and compete for your country no matter what sport you're doing. So to get a little feather, even if it's a certificate that you can just put on the wall, it's just nice to have as a keepsake.
And having one for every single one, I think, is a lovely way to show it. Really shows off your achievements there. these awards right now just being handed out. Jemima Taylor there. And onto the men's. This is Pete Everington handing these out. This is the men's
Head national coach.
There you go.
There we go.
Get my words all mumbled. It's been a long couple of hours.
It has been a long day.
It's a lot of talking for us, especially Emil, who's obviously on this morning's comms as well. So you'll be all calmed out by the end of today.
That's it. No one's hearing from me after this today. I'm going completely mute.
It's good that you still got your voice.
I'm going to go quiet in a little bit. I'll save the rest for tomorrow.
Courtney Tulloch looking very serious there in the back. This is the Women's Senior Open Apparatus. This is Emily Roper. This is bars. This is Ruby Stacey. She looks very happy to have that. Alia Leet. And for her lovely floor performance, that's Ruby Evans, winner of the Open Individual Apparatus here. Obviously, she is onto the final apparatus for the Welsh close tomorrow as well. This is third place for the Senior Open all-around. This is Abigail Roper in, I believe, third place. They're just switching the podiums there.
Sometimes it does get confusing, and there are many times that people have stood on the wrong podium.
Alia Leet in second, and of course, Ruby Stacey in first for you there. Who looks very happy to be receiving her trophy.
So that is the coach there standing on the podium.
Obviously, like we said earlier, Ruby won that performance award with her coach last year. Now onto the Welsh closed. This is third place, Roxanne Nika Sokon. Second, Abigail Roper. And first, Emily Roper. Little semi-podium sweep from the Roper twins there. They look very nice in their complementary leotards. This is for the Welsh bars. This is Jemima Taylor in third. Emily Roper in second. And Abigail Roper on first. Both Roper twins back on the podium again. And still looking very happy to be there. Nice little fist bump. So moving on to beam now. Third place for the Welsh was Frances Stone. Second, Roxanne Nika Sokon. And Ruby Evans first there. Graciously receiving their medals there. Adding to the growing collections for some of them.
These are some of the nicest medals that people have received at the Welsh. There's been a few really, really nice medals that they've done in the past. You've had some dragons as like on a little block, which had like your name and stuff printed onto them. So that was a really nice touch.
Just onto the floor now. We've got Ruby Evans in first, surrounded by the Roper twins. That is Emily Roper in third and Abigail Roper in second. Now, next, this is for the senior women's Welsh competition. Third is Ellie Lewis. Second is Emily Roper. And first is Abigail Roper. Nice collection of medals there for the Roper twins. And a trophy as well. Nice little picture moment here. Nice big smiles for the photos always.
Of course.
They'll be up on the Instagram later.
It's nice to see that the coaches are getting recognition as well.
Yes, of course, of course. They pour a lot of hard work into it.
It's not just the gymnasts that are there. The coaches are a massive part of the gymnasts being where they are.
Moving on to the men's now, the open apparatus floor. This is Jacob Edwards.
This is one of Jacob's stronger pieces, so it's nice to see that he's still keeping up there with the rest of it as well. And it will be interesting to see what he does tomorrow, whether he ups his start value and tries to go for a bigger routine.
Yes, looking forward to seeing that tomorrow. And moving on to pommel, that is Ruben Ward.
Very strong pommel from Ruben today.
That was from this morning's rotation as well, so outdid himself this morning and stayed in that top spot.
A very long day for him to stay around till the end.
Yeah. Rings, by no surprise, I think here is Courtney Tulloch. Courtney Tulloch obviously has 2 FIG points, FIG skills named after him for the rings, actually.
Yes, he has his own skills, which is very hard to get. They have to be very unique and a new skill, of course.
Again, no surprise there that he was top of rings. Vault, Henry Lewis, we saw his vault earlier, and I think we were almost expecting him to be top of the podium for vault.
Yeah, smashed it. Brilliant vaults today. I'm sure he'll be looking to better the second one tomorrow after a couple steps on it, but still an amazing performance from him there. Nice to see that a lot of the Welsh boys are picking up medals in this open competition as well.
Elliot Vernon stepping up here.
Proving that they are up there with the rest of the boys.
High bar.
But can we maybe get a picture? Yeah, just smile.
This is Adam Tobin.
Brilliant.
He looks very happy with that medal there.
This is the Senior Open. We've got Joshua Nathan third. You've got Hamish Carter in second, and Adam Tobin knocking Hamish Carter off that top spot and taking it for himself.
Some very strong routines from these lads today, and I'm sure they'll be back tomorrow for a few finals between the three of them.
Picking up his trophy there as well. It seems here that the boys aren't loving keeping their medals on throughout this ceremony.
Yeah, it's sometimes you just take them off.
Yeah.
Again, a coach stepping onto the podium for some recognition of how well his gymnasts have done today.
Smiling all there for the photos. The men's senior closed apparatus. That's Daniel Winterporn in third. That's Theo Amani Ochana in second. And first place is Jacob Edwards.
It's quite funny to see how Dan had a little look at the front to make sure he was on the right side, as obviously we've seen earlier with one of the ropers standing on the wrong side. It happens quite often.
You must be quite thrilled with that podium line up there.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. But it was also it was nice to see that a lot of the boys medalled in the open competition.
This is Pommel. This is Joe Kemlin Jones. Second, Elliot Vernon, and that first place is Alexander Nisconvenu.
Yeah, you're there. You're there.
Moving on to rings now. Now there's a joint third place here. We have Daniel Winterborn and Henry Lewis. Second place, Elliot Vernon there. And that's Joe Kemlin Jones in our top spot there. Handshakes all around with the boys.
Amazing to see some smiles and giggles going on there between the boys. It's always a good laugh when everyone gets together.
Nice little relief after today.
Nothing ever is taken too seriously at a medal ceremony. There's always a couple laughs.
Standing for those photos there. And for vault now, we've got second place. is Michael Tang, and first place, Henry Lewis.
So only 2 of them out of the Welsh selection did 2 vaults, meaning that there would only be 2 of them with the chance to get a medal.
Always making sure you get that photo.
Of course.
We've got P bars coming up now, parallel bars. That's third place, Daniel Winterbourne.
Yep.
Second place,
Jacob Edwards, and in first is Elliot Vernon. So it's actually a joint second here, I think.
yes,
it
I
is.
believe it's a joint
A
second.
joint second
here.
there. Meaning if there is a joint second in a competition, they don't hand out a third place medal.
Oh. It's okay, they both fit on there. They can both share the second podium spot. Moving on to high bar now. Third place, we have Elliot Vernon. Joe Kemlin Jones in second. And Jacob Edwards in first. Back
Some
up.
really big routines here from the boys today. They'll be looking to do the same tomorrow. Tomorrow could be a surprise. You may see some higher difficulty from these lads and the rest of them out there in the finals.
This is the men's senior closer. This is the Welsh. That's third place is Alexander Nisconvenu. Second place, Jacob Edwards. And first is Elliot Vernon with a 76.4. And a little nod from Neil here up in the commentary box. Lots of congratulations going on here.
Like we were saying about community earlier, as you can see there, all the judges that are handing out the medals, all the coaches that go up to shake hands, everyone's shaking hands. It's a well done. It's a congratulations from everyone to everyone.
Obviously, we've got the individual apparatus finals tomorrow.
So that will be the top 8 gymnasts on each piece. We'll be fighting it out again tomorrow for first, second, and third.
A big, big well done to all of our gymnasts today. So very, very strong performances today that have got a lot of our gymnasts into the final. And we look forward to obviously seeing that tomorrow. It's been a very, very good day here at the Sport Wales National Centre. We've had a lot of fun up here in the commentary box. Sophia has unfortunately had to leave us, but big thank you to her for all her commentary today. And Emil, a special big thank you to you. And I believe you're back up here tomorrow?
Yes, I'll be here tomorrow commentating over the finals as well.
Yes, you will also be hearing from myself tomorrow morning as well on comms at around 11 o'clock to kick off our live Apparatus finals, but a big thank you from me here at the Sport Wales National Centre. Thank you all so much for watching, and good night.
I am still here. My journey started long before today. Repetition built this body. Every impact, every spin, every flip. Every do it again and again and again. Every time my body asks for rest, I ask for more. I can feel what's coming. The chalk between my fingernails. The springs beneath my feet. The bar wrapped in my palm. Repetition becomes rhythm. Pain becomes familiar. Stumble after stumble after stumble. Fail after fail after fail. I never left. I stayed. I hurt. I persevered. Where others shied away, I stepped up. I feel it all now. The work, the weight, the knowing that this moment doesn't come back. Seconds decide what years were worth. I am still here, not by accident, but by sheer will. I am ready. Are you?